How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the dystopian. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopian. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the dystopian. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopian. This is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo der Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheitskomm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo mein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einheitskomm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einheitskomm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades! Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. If you want to know where every crazy idea in society comes from today, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who did critical race theory and anti-racist education in schools, It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who pushed gender ideology and queer theory and transing kids and autistic sex education into schools, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's shouting their abortion and demanding abortion on demand for free up until birth, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing defund the police, abolish the police, rioting in every major city in America, doing protests today, the college encampments, doing the pro-Palestine protests, which are now switching over to the anti-war protests. It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing environmental justice, climate change, Greta Thunberg, all that stuff, hey, guess what? It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. Literally every single crazy idea in the world, or at least in the United States, that we have to deal with today that's screwing up our entire society can be traced back to an origin point, and that origin point is the radical revolutionary far left in America. And I'm not talking about the Democrats. The Democrats are not revolutionary socialists and communists. I'm not talking about the liberals or the progressives. Liberals and progressives are not revolutionary socialists and communists. In fact, the real far left hates the Democrats. They hate the liberals. They hate the progressives. They talk about it all the time. They complain about the Democrats and the liberals and the progressives way, 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 way more than they ever complain about the Republicans and the conservatives. And we know that because on Socialism Saturday and throughout the week as well on the channel, we actually take the time to listen to what the left has to say. And when you hear it come out of their own mouth, there is no disputing that you are not being shown the real far left on right-leaning media. And I think we might all want to think about why that is. Anyway, I have a whole bunch of new subscribers to the channel, and I do hope we're going to have a good turnout for Socialism Saturday tonight. I see people popping in. Guys, please, as you're coming in, make sure you mount the like button on YouTube and Rumble, and I guess on Kick. On Twitter, I guess on Twitter you can retweet it, or you can heart it, or things like that. Make sure you're doing all those things so my stream gets out to more people, because this is going to be a really great night for new people on Socialism Saturday, because I've decided that we're going to go back and watch a couple Abolish the Family classics. Now, Abolish the Family is my absolute favorite topic to cover, not just because we get to watch Sophie Lewis, who is my favorite socialist ever, my favorite communist. Sophie Lewis is I'm gonna introduce all the new people tonight. You know what, guys? The new people have been around the channel for a couple weeks now. We've tried to ease you in. We watched a lot of riot coverage. We talked about Antifa quite a bit. Now it's time to introduce all the new people on the channel to my internet girlfriend, Sophie Lewis. Yes, the Ginger Dragon, as you will come to know her. Sophie is my internet girlfriend. Not that she's consenting to this relationship, because I promise you she doesn't. I have watched more Sophie Lewis content than I'm pretty sure anyone on the internet. I have watched every single Sophie Lewis thing I can possibly find on the internet. And the reason that we love Sophie is not only because she is spectacular, not only because she shows her tits on the internet on her Instagram profile, but she does. We love Sophie because Sophie says the quiet part out loud like all the effing time. And she says it in a way that's just very Sophie. And you will come to understand what that means. And I'm confident that you guys are going to love Sophie as much as I love Sophie, and as much as everyone on my channel has come to love Sophie. And we still hold out hope that someday Sophie will come and talk to us on the channel. Sophie got pretty pissed off at me when I went undercover at one of her events and secretly recorded her. But I mean, that was a couple years ago, Sophie. We can put that all behind us now. So tonight we're going to be doing Abolish the Family, because it is not only because of my internet girlfriend, okay? It's also because Abolish the Family is a real topic on the far left. The reason that we're going to be watching Sophie tonight, and Sophie's not the only person we're going to be watching tonight. I'm going to tell you about that in a second. But Sophie has literally written 2 books about abolishing the family. She goes on speaking tours around the country, which you're going to see, about abolishing the family at major universities. This is a real thing. They really do want to abolish the nuclear family. And tonight you're going to hear them say it over and over and over again. And it's kind of like, if you wrap your head around the abolish the family topic and you understand the left's argument for this, almost every other argument is going to fall in place eventually. And it's just like, if you can understand that this is real, they are trying to do this. This is where every single attack on parental rights today comes from, is the radical revolutionary far left trying to abolish parental rights because they believe parental rights are a form of private property ownership and therefore need to be abolished. They also do this crazy thing called child liberation, children's liberation, which means to emancipate the children from the adult supremacy of their parents. Has nothing to do with sexualizing the kids, by the way, because that's going to be new people's first inclinations. They're going to go, they're pedophiles. And the reason you think they're all pedophiles is because conservative media has lied to you. There are real people sexualizing kids, but it's not these people. It's not the same problem. And if you ignore the actual problem because you're chasing conservative hysteria rage bait, then you're missing a lot of the bigger picture. So tonight we're going to dig into that, and I've been holding back on you new people, but today is the day. Is every new person that has never watched Abolish the Family with me before? Actually, let us know in the chat. Let us know if you are a new person that has never watched Abolish the Family Socialism with me before, because tonight we're taking the training wheels off. We're pushing you off the cliff. But I promise you, there's a big pool of water and it's going to catch you and it's going to be fine. But you might be rather shocked at the things you see tonight. I promise you. But it's going to be great. It's going to be great and it's going to be fabulous. And see, I love that. This is a great attitude. First timer, don't be gentle. Oh, I won't, darling. Don't worry about it. How many Abolish the Family virgins do we have in the house? How many Abolish the Family? Oh, I love this. I love it. Oh my God. You guys don't even know. You don't even know. Yeah. Kings knows how nice I've been being. And that now we have to take the training wheels off at some point. You pre-cried in the shower already? See, that's the right attitude. That is the right. No, oh, honey, you think you took the red pill already? Oh, just wait. Oh, just you wait. Oh, God. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Buckle up, newbies. Buckle up. All right. So you guys can see there are a lot of new people in the chat, right? And that's why tonight I wanted to go back, and both of the presentations we're going to watch tonight, we have watched both of these presentations on the channel before twice. This is how good I think these presentations are. This is, I'm not doing what I usually do and watching something for the first time. We are going to go back and review. And so some people on the channel have already seen both of the presentations we're going to watch tonight, not once, but twice. And so this is a good opportunity for review. If you have been here before, if you have not been here before, this is a great opportunity. If you have been here before and you've seen these presentations, this is a great opportunity for you to teach the new people in the chat what they need to know. So you can really kind of double check, how much have I learned since the last time we saw these presentations, which was, for one of these presentations, we watched it probably about 6 months ago. For another one of these presentations, we watched it about a year ago. All right. The wrench means they're a moderator on the channel. The fox means they are a channel member. So let me show you what we're going to watch. We're going to watch two presentations. The first presentation we're going to watch is from our favorite, the Denver Communists. And this is a relatively short presentation. It's only 24 minutes long, but there's so much good information, especially in the first half of this presentation, that totally explains Abolish the Family Socialism. And so I wanted to start here because this is like your primer for like, why do they actually want to abolish the nuclear family? And this is actually just a really great, entertaining presentation too. It's based on The Shining, which is appropriate, because the far left thinks that the nuclear family is a literal horror movie. And so, like, people think they want to abolish the family because they want everyone beholden to the state above their family. Well, no, not exactly. No, it's actually significantly more complicated than that. And this presentation, which is about social reproduction theory, is going to break this down so that every single person can understand the foundation for why the left wants to abolish the family. Then we are going to revisit the classic, What is Family Abolition? A discussion with Sophie Lewis. And this presentation was given 2 years ago at the Andrea Mitchell Center for the Study of Democracy. This presentation was given at the University of Pennsylvania. So this is not some esoteric thing, because oftentimes people will say, Karlyn, are you just watching some crazy people on the internet? And then I go, do you understand that those crazy people are speaking at major Ivy League schools and universities all over the country? Do you understand that this is what students at universities are learning? So am I listening to crazy people on the internet? Yes, but those crazy people are speaking at Ivy League universities. And this isn't even the only time Sophie's done this. In fact, fun fact, I just found a new Sophie presentation we haven't watched yet. 1 month ago, Sophie spoke at Duke University in their Gender and Sexuality Feminist Workshop program. And we will watch this presentation. We will watch this sometimes this week. And so I just want, and Sophie has also, this is Sophie speaking at Brown University. This is another presentation Sophie did at the University of Pennsylvania. So Sophie has spoken at universities, like major universities all over the country. This is not this is not in a coffee shop. This is major universities. Okay. So the presentation we're going to be watching is about that. And we're going to get into more about this presentation. Fun fact, the last time we watched this presentation on my channel, James Lindsay and his followers were spying on my stream. And before I was even done the show that night, do you guys remember this? Before I was even done my Socialism Saturday show, the last time we watched this particular presentation, James and his followers had already clipped the presentation, the parts I was covering, and they put it out on the internet and pretended that they were the one that found it. And the reason I know they did that is because when they did that, it went viral on social media. And then my audience started complaining because my audience was like, you guys literally ripped off Karlyn's work. What the fuck? Because Not the Bee from the Babylon Bee covered it. And so my audience was tweeting at Not the Bee saying, why aren't you crediting Karlyn? Because everyone knows that this is where this came from. And then James Lindsay literally publicly struggle sessioned the Babylon Bee to get them to remove my credit because James didn't want anyone knowing that him and his audience were stealing my work. That's how good this presentation is James Lindsay and his fanboys were literally fucking spying on me to steal my work as we're covering it on the internet so that they could pretend they found it. And then when we called them out, James was like, don't give her credit. She's a narcissist. Well, it was my fucking work, asshole. It was literally my work. You had no idea that any of this existed before I found it. And so I'm just saying, I put the receipts in the chat. You can go and see. If you're interested in that little drama, you can go and see. But that's how good this presentation is. It has already gone viral on the internet before when James Lindsay and his followers stole my work from me and pretended they were the ones that found it. So you know there's some good stuff in this presentation, and we're going to watch that. So that is what we're doing tonight on Socialism Saturday, guys. As a reminder, we do Socialism Saturday every week on Saturdays at 6 p.m. Please make sure you are subscribed to my YouTube channel. I also stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, where oftentimes we cover the far left. Sometimes we talk about other things too. You can also support my work over on my Substack, which is Karlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. Minimally, make sure you're signed up for the Substack for free because the vast majority of my content on Substack is free. And for newbies, the very best place to start out if you're looking for a crash course in my content is to go over to the Substack, go to the How to Speak Socialist section, and then go to this post right up at the top. And this is my 4-hour masterclass in the far left. And so you can watch this. It's totally free on demand. And this will give you the very best crash course that I currently have to get up to speed with my content on the far left. Now, I am working on other things to help new people come on board. I'm actually, I'm trying to write a book about like all the stuff you need to know that's been on the list for a while. The book is actually called, you can see it on my book publishing website, Re-Education, the Definitive Anti-Communist Guide to Decoding the Left. So I am actually working on a book about this, working on some other books too, obviously. You can find all the books I have written over on redmenacepress.com if you want to go there. But the moral of the story is that I am working on other ways for newbies to get up to speed with my content really quickly, because I do know that it is complicated and it's a lot and it's overwhelming. But this is the best option we have currently. So if you have not yet watched it, it's 4 hours long. You don't have to watch the whole thing at once. It's totally on demand. It is free, and that is available on the Substack right now. It's also on my YouTube channel if you would rather watch it over here. I did upload it here at some point. And of course, if you want to support the work I'm doing, the very best way to do so is by becoming a supporter on the Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year. I am 100% independently funded by you guys. I do not have any political masters. I do not take political money. My only job is to show up and to show you the receipts and to tell you the truth and to show you the full context of everything so you can decide for yourselves what you think about it. Whether you agree with me or not, that's what I do. Another way you can support my work is by sending in super chats. And thank you, Immortal, for starting us off with the first super chat of the night. Now, I do have a nominal goal of $100 in super chats for every Socialism Saturday. And the sooner we hit that goal, the better mood I'm going to be in. I will be so much nicer if we hit the $100 goal, like real fast, like basically before we get done the Denver Communist presentation, because like it just makes everything better. Because like this takes a lot of time, guys. I appreciate it. Rosie ordered the Outcast t-shirt. Hard to choose. Such great merch. Thanks, Rosie. I do have an update coming to my merch store soon that is a long overdue update, but I love the Outcast shirt. I have the Outcast shirt myself. It is a beautiful design, and I hope you love it. And of course, you can always come back and buy more merch later, and I appreciate that. Look at that. We're already 30% of the way to our goal. Look how easy that is. So if you guys appreciate my work, breaking down this content for you, we'll probably spend about 3 to 4 hours doing this tonight. So if we want to throw in $5, $10, that would be really awesome. Okay, let me get set up here. I think I just heard my husband come home. My dog has been crying. My husband's been out. My dog has been crying and whining and all this stuff, but I think I just heard him come home, so the dog will be happy now. All right, let me see. Let's get this started. Oh, wait, hang on. What am I talking about? We haven't even done the video yet. So guys, for Socialism Saturday, this isn't like other streams I do on the internet, because this is a teaching stream. This is a classroom. And so I do have a video that we can watch just to set the rules, the ground rules for what you've just walked into. So please pay attention and follow these helpful guidelines to make the most of your Socialism Saturday experience. Here are the rules of the chat. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point, because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. Hey, thanks, Richard, for the super sticker, getting us up to $40. So that is 40% of the way to our goal for tonight. And I just want to note, guys, that I didn't actually make the video that you guys just watched for the rules of the chat. A member of my community made that video because you guys got to understand, if you're new, there are a lot of people who've been here for a long time. And we really, like, not just me, there are many other people in the chat who are here to learn who really do not like disruption. And so we need everyone to cooperate. We're all on the same team until you start causing problems in my chat on Socialism Saturday, and then we're going to have issues. Nick, strap in, newbies. Sophie is a wild ride. Indeed, Nick, thank you for the super chat. And then we've got Janet, old-timer student here. Not sure how long I'll last tonight, but I can't miss checking in on Socialism Saturday. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, the debunkers are lurking. The debunkers are going to be out tonight. I promise you, but that's okay. People, like, learning how not to debunk things actually just takes a little bit of time, you know? So I'll be reminding people if they need a helpful reminder. All right, guys, we're going to get started tonight. Our first video is an introduction to social reproduction theory. Now, let me just give you the premise what social reproduction theory is. Social reproduction theory is the basis for why the far left wants to abolish the nuclear family. Essentially, social reproduction theory is the idea that social systems will reproduce themselves or recreate themselves until they are disrupted by an outside force. How does that apply to the nuclear family? Well, you're going to hear them explain this, but I'm giving you a preface to this so that everyone's on the same page. Trendlin said, I was so sad yesterday. I did not keep my promise to play the boner song. You're right, Trendlin. You were right to call me out on that. I totally forgot. I will make it up to you, I promise. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you. We will do it another day. Yeah, you forgot too. Yeah, you forgot too. Okay, see, Trendlin, it's both of us, all right? So, the reason that the far left wants to abolish the nuclear family is because they believe that the nuclear family is the reproduction mechanism of capitalism. Remember, the number one enemy of the far left is always and forever the same. It is always capitalism, which they define as private property ownership explicitly. To the far left, capitalism is not just an economic model, it is also a cultural model. So when the left says capitalism, they don't mean going into the store and buying stuff. They mean the norms that uphold our culture. They literally believe that the United States was created on capitalism. The U.S. Constitution is capitalist. And they believe that the nuclear family is a capitalist entity. Sometimes they call it the capitalist family. Sometimes they call it the Fordist nuclear family. Yo, Immortal with $100 super chat and no message. Look at that. How happy am I going to be for the whole rest of the stream because of Immortal? Everyone give Immortal a round of applause. Thank you, bro, for shooting us past our goal. I appreciate it. And now I'm going to be in a good mood for the rest of the stream. See, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. Now, please feel free to continue giving me money if you want to support the work I'm doing. I really do appreciate that. But back to social reproduction theory. Social reproduction theory, the whole idea is that the nuclear family reproduces capitalism because when parents raise their kids with capitalist values, those kids are going to go into the world and engage in the capitalist system, thus reproducing it over and over and over. And so, therefore, in order to abolish capitalism, they need to abolish the nuclear family, which is the reproduction mechanism of capitalism. That is essentially the idea behind this. And you don't have to take my word for it, because you are about to hear the Denver communists explain explicitly that. So let's get this party started, and we are listening to Intro to Social Reproduction Theory on the Denver Communist YouTube channel.
About social reproduction theory. Got a little slideshow for you. Inessa
hang
Armand,
on. We have a question. And I do want to encourage new people to ask questions, but I also want to just recommend keep the questions relevant to what is being discussed, but this kind of is relevant to private property. How does the definition of private contrast with their definition of personal property? Okay, I've discussed this in previous videos. I've discussed this on my Substack, but I'm going to explain it again real quick. The left tries to use the personal property argument to trick you. So essentially, when people say to the left, you want to take all my stuff, what the left will reply with is, we don't want to take your property. We don't care about your personal property. We just want to take private property. Private property is totally different than personal property. Well, here's what they mean by that. When they say private property ownership, the definition of capitalism is private property ownership. They mean they want to take away your ability to own a home. They want to take away your ability to own land. They want to take away your ability to own an apartment that you rent out as a landlord or an Airbnb. They want to take away your intellectual property. They want to take away any ownership of a private business, whether or not that private business is big or small. And they want to take away your parental rights over your kids, because they do believe that parental rights are a form of private property ownership because it keeps wealth privatized within the nuclear family. So when they say personal property, what they're talking about are things that you don't use to create privatized individual wealth. When they're talking about private property, they're saying bourgeois property, things you can use to amass a large sum of private personal wealth, giving you more resources than other people. So examples of personal property might be things like your truck or your computer or your phone or your books or your toothbrush or your cat or your dog or things like that, because that's your stuff, but you can't use that stuff typically to amass large amounts of privatized personal wealth. So never buy into this argument. Anytime the left says, we don't want to take your stuff, we're not going to take your personal property, we're going to take we're just going to take private property. It's totally different. Don't believe them. They're lying. They literally mean parental rights over your kids in the context of this discussion. And you're going to hear them say that in the course of this presentation. No, this is a horrible argument to make. Stop making this argument. This is one of the worst arguments you can make when it comes to the left. Well, the left is right because we don't really own anything because we pay taxes. Whether or not that's technically true, it's a really horrible argument that leads the left to winning. So please stop doing this shit. Can you please think through the logical conclusions of your arguments before you make them? Because you're giving the left a W with this argument, and that's not allowed here. All right, let's dig into the presentation.
a Bolshevik who established the department of the who established a department of the post-1917 Communist Party devoted to women's issues, made the following observation. If women's liberation is unthinkable without communism, then communism is unthinkable without women's liberation. Neither is possible without the other. For Marxists, Gender and sexual liberation has never been viewed as only the concern of women, non-binary, and LGBTQ people, but the responsibility of all revolutionaries as central to liberatory struggle. Marx and Engels provided a skeleton of theory around gender oppression and social reproduction.
All right. Have you read any theory rather than spying on cringe activists? What we do on this channel to explain my methodology, and you're not going to continue to post like this in my chat. What we do on this channel is we watch real far left activists in the real world. If your desire is to go read theory, you can go somewhere else on the internet. We don't do that here. There are hundreds, thousands of people reading what the dead philosophers on the internet. You can go somewhere else. What we do explicitly is listen to real leftist activists in the real world. And if that's not what you want, you don't have to be here. No arguing with me. What did I say earlier? You're now in a 5-minute timeout. See, guys, this is how this works. This is how this works when people come into my chat and they forget pretty quickly that I'm the teacher and they're the student. This is why we have the video at the front. Oh. Then go do that, and you're now in a timeout. And if you come back and you continue to whine in my chat, you're going to be permanently banned. All right. Now we're listening again.
Production that Marxists have and continue to add flesh to. They stood for women's liberation from the start and understood it to be the core to the fight for socialism. In the Marxist analysis, of primary importance is how humans interact with nature and each other to make the things we need and want. That's economics, how we plan, cooperate, and organize ourselves to produce stuff. We consider that most fundamental to human society, how we get by, how we make things, and the social relations involved in making things. We call those the relations of production, how humans organize to produce and reproduce their means of life. Most importantly, who controls that process and who produces a surplus. The dominant ideas and institutions of society, like government, law, religion, morality, and culture, arise from and enshrine the relations of production. The way things are becomes the way things should be, must be, and have always been. There's one fight, one struggle, one fight, because all of our social problems share a common root in the mode of production, capitalism.
Could he be any more clear with what he's saying? Could he be any more clear? All of our social, let me turn off the captions. All of our social problems share a common root in the mode of production, that is capitalism. They are explicit that capitalism is at the core of every single quote unquote problem that we experience in society. Again?
Things should be, must be, and have always been. There's one fight, one struggle, one fight, because all of our social problems share a common root in the mode of production, capitalism. Under capitalism, human labor power is focused on making commodities to be sold for profit. Labor power itself is commodified in the process, and it is the only commodity that is produced outside of the circuit of commodity production. Marxist social reproduction theorist Titi Bhattacharya says, if labor power produces value, how is labor power itself produced? If labor produces all wealth, who produces the laborer?
Okay. Now, I explained earlier, that's Titi Bhattacharya, by the way. That the person in that thumbnail, that's who he's talking about. We've watched her before too. If labor power produces value, how is labor power produced? They're talking about having kids. If labor produces value in the workplace because workers are oppressed proletarians under capitalism, how is that labor produced? Having kids in the nuclear family.
Labor power produces value, how is labor power itself produced? If labor produces all wealth, Who produces the laborer?
Parents.
What kind of processes enable the worker to arrive at the doors of her workplace every day so that she can produce the wealth of society? Many of these processes happen inside the home.
Wait a
Eating,
second.
sleeping, relaxing.
Wait a second. Before we get into that, look at this beer. This beer is blue. This beer is blue. I was going to drink this yesterday. It's called Electric Headband. It's blue. Wow. What is it? See, you know what, guys? Under communism, there'd be no more blue beer. There would be no blue beer under communism. There would be no choice in the type of beer we drink under communism, because communism would get rid of all of... Yeah, you guys are right. It's really more green. You guys are right. Communism would get rid of all the options when it comes to beer. There would be no sour beers or no stouts. There'd probably just be shitty IPAs for everyone to drink. It is because of capitalism that I'm able to drink a green / maybe blue beer on Socialism Saturday, and I think we should all just be a little bit more appreciative of that.
Emotional care, play, study, etc. The home is a primary location for social reproduction, but many happen outside of it. Education, healthcare, transportation, recreation, shopping, etc. This is the focus of social reproduction theory, the paid and unpaid activities necessary to create, maintain, and restore the commodity of labor power.
Okay, back to the presentation. What I explained earlier is social reproduction theory, the paid working in the world, and unpaid activities. Unpaid activities here means having and raising children, necessary to create, maintain, and restore the commodity of labor power. They're calling motherhood and raising children an unpaid activity to create, maintain, and restore labor power.
Create, maintain, and restore the commodity of labor power. We can delineate production and reproduction in various ways, but they cannot be fully severed from each other. Capitalism relies on both the labor used to produce commodities and the labor used to produce people. It integrates both profit-making and life-making into a single unitary system. Marxists locate the source of gender oppression in the role of the working class family as a reproducer of labor power for capitalism, and in women's unequal role inside it.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Let me turn off the chat on the screen so you guys can see the full quote. Oh my God. Can you explain to me why we never see the real far left talk about on the right or any... Well, actually, you know what? I'm being rude. I shouldn't have read that with a voice. I originally thought you were being a troll, okay? So I apologize. I take back my condescending tone. I retract. Can you explain to me why we never see the real far left talked about on the right or anywhere? Nope, I can't. I can't. I've been screaming about this for years. I have tried to get conservative media to cover this. The best conservative media does is they steal my work. They steal stuff directly from my channel, and then they put it on the internet, not understanding what it is, and they don't adequately explain it to their audience. So I guess if you want to know why the right doesn't talk about the real far left, go ask them. I have no idea. If you want to understand why conservative media refuses to do anything except for steal my work and take it out of context and make it mean something it doesn't mean, go ask them. I have no idea. My only job is to show up and show you guys what's going on. Okay. Let me read this and let me unpack this quote for everyone. Marxists locate the source of gender oppression in the role of the working class family as a reproducer of labor power for capitalism and in women's unequal role inside of it. What the left believes is that capitalism created gender the socially constructed categories of gender. They believe that men and women are not a real thing. They believe they're just socially constructed categories in which men go into the workplace where they have all the power and all the money. Women go into the home where they do the unpaid labor of having and raising the next generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family. So men have all the power and the money. Women are in the home doing unpaid labor. This is why Marxists locate the source of gender oppression in the role of the working class family, because they're saying that women, by virtue of being the reproducers of capitalism, by doing the unpaid labor of having kids, are oppressed within the nuclear family because of these socially constructed roles created by capitalism. Does everyone understand that? Women's role is unpaid. Men are paid to be in the workplace. This is what the left believes. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm explaining what they believe. That hierarchy where men are in the workplace, women are in the home, that's called the patriarchy.
And not just women, but gender nonconforming and LGBTQ people as well, as gender and sexual oppression affects all. Capitalism offloads social reproduction onto the working class by tasking women primarily with the reproduction, maintenance, and regeneration of the workforce, often while also performing waged labor.
So he just said what I just explained to you. Women are tasked with the reproduction of the workforce.
Capitalism offloads social reproduction onto the working class by tasking women primarily with the reproduction, maintenance, and regeneration of the workforce, often while also performing waged labor. Unpaid, typically feminized caregiving labor is vital to the functioning of capitalism, which privatizes and atomizes the labor and the costs associated with raising, nurturing, and maintaining workers.
So what they believe is that capitalism privatizes the cost of having and raising the next generation of workers, and it puts the burden on the women, especially within the family, because they are expected to do all this for free. And because it's privatized, that means some people are going to have more resources than other people. I feel dumber listening to this. Then you can leave. No one is forcing you to be here. I told you guys not to get your panties in a twist tonight. I told you guys that we were going to push you off the cliff and show you the real far left tonight. If you don't want to pay attention and listen because your feelings are getting worked up because you're hearing things you don't want to hear, then there's the door. You can leave. We don't need to hear you whining on your way out the door. So this is why they don't want people to reproduce and are sterilizing kids. Well, yeah, kind of, but their goal isn't to sterilize kids. Their goal is to abolish all gender. So what the left actually wants to do is they want to abolish all gender. They want to abolish what they believe are the socially constructed categories of men and women. That is why they're doing what they're doing to kids. They're trying to teach kids that gender isn't real. They're trying to make it normalized and acceptable that gender is a spectrum, that you can change your gender at any time. That's what the real goal is, because if they abolish the gender binary, then they believe they are liberating women from the oppressive gender binary. And so that's when that's what they believe is going to be the best attack on the nuclear family, is to abolish gender altogether. So roundabout, yes, but not exactly for the reason you said. Let me see. Yeah, jokes are okay, but debunking and shitposting are not okay. Jokes are fine. Debunking and shitposting are not fine because they're distracting for everyone.
This is why the liberation of women and gender nonconforming people is predicated upon the overthrow of capitalism and its replacement with socialism. Nancy Fraser said, a Marxist social reproduction theorist, capitalist society.
Hang on, we got a super chat. Alex, this would be the time for the Penguin song. Oh, Not doing the penguin song tonight, Alex, but I appreciate the super chat. All right, listen, pay attention.
A Marxist social reproduction theorist. Capitalist societies have separated the work of social reproduction from that of economic production, associating the first with women and the second with men, primarily. They have remunerated reproductive activities in the coin of love and virtue, while compensating productive work in that of money.
Okay, so look at what this says. Capitalist societies have separated the work of social reproduction from that of economic production. So economic production is over here. That's what most people think of when they think of capitalism. Social, like the cultural model of capitalism, is over here through social reproduction, okay? So again, he's saying we're splitting up economic production and cultural production, associating the first with women. Women are in charge of the cultural reproduction of capitalism, and the second with men. Men are responsible for the economic reproduction of capitalism. They have remunerated reproductive activities in the coin of love and virtue, while compensating productive work in that of money. Productive work is considered to be the domain of the male because that's why they get paid for it. So does everyone understand that? And again, this is the left's ideology. I'm not suggesting I agree with this. Please stop complaining about the fucking penguin song in the chat. I'm explaining what they think. They believe men are responsible for the economic reproduction of capitalism. Women doing the unpaid labor of having and raising kids is responsible for the cultural reproduction of capitalism.
And back to Titi Bhattacharya. Because capitalism is a thing-making system, not a life-making system, these activities and these workers are severely undervalued. Social reproductive workers are the worst paid. They are the first to go. They face constant sexual harassment and often direct violence. The function of the working class family is to provide the system with workers. There's two other ways that the system gets workers: through slavery and immigration.
So the system gets workers in three ways: slavery, immigration, and the nuclear family. So the oppressed proletarian workers are reproduced in one of three ways: slavery, immigration, or the family. We got rid of slavery already, which I mean is a good thing. No, slavery is bad. They're trying to get rid of all borders, thus getting rid of like the immigration problem. But when they think of getting rid of the immigration problem, they think getting rid of the deportation problem rather than, that. They don't want borders to exist. They don't want countries to exist. And now they're talking about, if we want to really get rid of capitalism, we got to get rid of the nuclear family, because that is one of the ways that oppressed proletarians are provided and produced to the system.
This means not only making babies, raising and educating them to be good workers, but replenishing existing workers on a daily basis by providing them with food, clothing, shelter, recreation, sleep, etc. Rather than being collectivized, socialized, and borne by the state or the capitalist class directly, these tasks have been individualized, privatized, and dumped onto workers themselves. Gender oppression did not exist in pre-class societies and only developed as societies became divided into classes.
Through capitalism.
Contemporary archaeology and anthropology have validated these key arguments made by Engels almost 140 years ago in The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. Early human societies were classless and egalitarian. Marx and Engels.
Do they want to end the human race? No, that's not what they're talking about. Please just sit back, listen. That's not what they're saying.
Called these hunter-gatherer and horticultural economies primitive communism. Women were able to combine parenting and productive labor in the home, as there was no strict demarcation between productive and reproductive activities. Labor was divided by gender, but because women were central to production, systemic gender oppression was non-existent. Class society changed that.
So women are oppressed by the family because they are relegated to reproducing the proletariat class within the family, which the left argues didn't exist in the same form in indigenous societies. Again, we're not debunking, we're just understanding what they believe.
Everywhere settled agriculture emerged, so did classes and class conflict. Thousands of years ago.
Hang on. This is what we call a debunk. This is not useful because there is no amount of debunking that you can do that will convince the radical revolutionary far left that they're wrong. So if we stopped for guys, this is why I explicitly say at the beginning of the stream, do not debunk them. I know a lot of people are very used to debunking them, and I know the inclination to debunk them is there. No. What you're doing is trying to debunk them. You're going to shut up and listen to what I'm saying now. I understand that the inclination to debunk them is there, but if we stopped every single time the left said something stupid to debunk them, particularly in the topic of abolish the family, we would literally never get through the presentation and you would never learn anything. Because the goal here is not to debunk them. The goal here is not to say, here are all the ways the left is wrong. The goal is to understand what the left believes. And every single time you debunk them, you are wasting energy that you could instead be putting towards understanding what they believe. Just because you understand someone doesn't mean you have to agree with it. So please, I understand why you did this. I understand there are probably many people in the chat who are holding in a debunk right now. Please don't do this. You're going to get used to it, and you're going to learn a lot more if you just cut it out.
From the Fertile Crescent to Mesoamerica and many places in between, the plow and advances in irrigation enabled societies to grow more food than they needed, the first surpluses. Tiny idle classes came to dominate the surpluses, produced by massive laboring classes. This is also when the first cops appear, the first defenders of wealth that isn't theirs.
This is when the first cops appear. The cops are the first defenders of wealth that isn't theirs. The reason the left hates the cops is because they believe that the cops are the managers of private property.
When the first cops appear, the first defenders of wealth that isn't theirs. With class society, the family as we know it began to take form. The specific form of the family has varied in accordance with the mode of production. Just as gender roles are socially and not naturally constructed, the family is a social institution, not a biological necessity or an eternal form.
The family is a social institution, not a biological necessity.
Settled agricultural societies were needed, settled agricultural societies needed women to bear more children to help out in the fields. And organizing into family groups enabled ownership and inheritance to be established. Class society also brought a shift toward patrilineage and men as heads of household, which Engels called, quote, the world historic defeat of the female sex. Marxism, unlike patriarchy theory, recognizes that class society also brought the subordination of most men to a tiny minority. As production for exchange overtook production for use, work and home became separate spaces. Women were predominantly relegated to social reproduction and left out of the, quote, productive profit-making economy. Under these conditions, sexual division of labor eroded sexual equality. The nuclear family is the engine of social reproduction.
Bing!
To maintain the family's supply of cheap, readily available labor power, gender, sex, and sexuality must be policed. Misogynist, homophobic, and transphobic ideas reflect and reinforce capitalist social arrangements.
So what they're saying is that in order to perpetuate capitalism, the nuclear family has to be the engine of reproduction. of the cultural model of capitalism. If you want to know why the left wants to shout their abortion on demand up until birth, it's because they're trying to liberate women from doing the unpaid labor of having children within the nuclear family, thus reproducing capitalism. This is where these ideas come from, guys. When they're saying gender and sexuality must be policed, what they're saying is that any attempts to reinforce the idea that there are men and women, there are two genders, there are only two, that is policing gender and sexuality for the purpose of reproducing more workers. When they're saying that the monogamous, what they call the heterosexual nuclear marriage, is like the societal ideal or normativity, the norms that uphold capitalism. What they're saying is this is the method that they're reproducing capitalism with by having children within the nuclear family. When they're saying the right wants to outlaw abortion, what they're saying is the right wants to, they actually said it in the presentation, enact misogynistic ideas onto women to force them into the position of having and raising children into the nuclear family. How do revolutionary socialists expect to maintain their society? They expect to do it through surrogacy and having children. They're not opposed to children, guys. They are not opposed to children. They are opposed to parental rights. They believe that all children belong to the community, not to their parents. They also have absolutely floated the idea of surrogacy or reproducing children outside the womb. 100%. We've heard them do it on the channel. So sex is purely for pleasure and not the reproduction under society. They're not opposed to having kids. But are they having sex for the purpose of having kids? No, but they're not opposed to having kids. Many socialists and communists have kids. They believe in alternate family relationships that are not the nuclear family, like polyamory or having like multiple sets of parents or living on a commune or things like that. But it's not that they are opposed to having kids. If that's what you're taking away so far, that is not an accurate interpretation of what I've been saying. Hang on, I'm just looking in the chat. Cool.
Reflect and reinforce capitalist social arrangements. As Marx wrote, it's not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. Monogamy, intended for women only, ensures that private property passes only to, quote, legitimate heirs. Subsequently, moral rules formed to preserve monogamy.
Monogamy means that private property passes from parent to child. This again is one of the complaints that they have with the nuclear family in general. Is the passing of private property ownership from parent to child, because they don't believe that private property should exist. So of course they don't want your father to leave you with their house. Of course they don't want your father to leave you with any sort of inheritance or things like that. Hang on, I'm just blocking someone over on Twitter right now that's being a pain in the ass in my chat. There we go. And now this person is blocked on Twitter, so I don't have to hear them again. So that's what they're saying there.
What might happen to the family under communism? Engels said communist society will transform the relations between the sexes into a purely private matter, which only concerns the persons involved and into which society has no occasion to intervene. It can do this since it does away with private property and educates children on a communal basis, and in this way removes the two bases of traditional marriage, the dependence rooted in private property of the woman on the man and of the children on the parents.
Okay, let's listen to this again, because he's explaining what I literally just said to you about doing away with private property by educating children on a communal basis. This means children belong to the community, to the collective. They do not belong to their parents.
Engels said, communist society will transform the relations between the sexes into a purely private matter, which only concerns the persons involved and into which society has no occasion to intervene. It can do this since it does away with private property and educates children on a communal basis, and in this way removes the two bases of traditional marriage, the dependence rooted in private property of the woman on the man and of the children on the parents. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks enacted legislation that gave women the right to vote and to hold public office, the right to divorce on demand, free abortion on demand, and paid maternity leave for 4 months before and after childbirth. They abolished the concept of illegitimacy. They repealed all laws criminalizing homosexuality, along with other laws regulating sexuality. Most of these gains were later reversed under Stalin. But as Lenin wrote in 1919, quote, laws are not enough, and we are by no means content with mere decrees. The Bolsheviks recognized that a precondition for women's liberation was an end to their unpaid labor inside the family. So the revolutionary government launched a direct attack on the family by socializing social reproductive work. Trotsky writes, the revolution made a heroic effort to destroy the so-called family hearth, that archaic, stuffy, and stagnant institution in which the woman of the toiling classes performs galley labor from childhood to death. The place of the family as a shut-in, petty enterprise was to be occupied, according to the plans, by a finished system of social care and accommodation. Maternity houses, creches, which are nurseries, kindergartens, schools. I had to look it up, so may as well pass it on to y'all. Social dining rooms, social laundries, first aid stations, hospitals, sanatoria, athletic organizations, moving picture theaters, etc. The complete absorption of the housekeeping functions of the family by institutions of the socialist society, uniting all generations in solidarity and mutual aid, was to bring woman, and thereby to the loving couple, a real liberation from the 1,000-year-old fetters. The Bolsheviks understood that a victorious social revolution was the beginning, not the end, of the struggle to win women's liberation. Old customs and attitudes, the muck of ages, don't change overnight. New generations must grow up without the ideological baggage perpetuated by class society. But more importantly, backward ideas cannot change unless the backward social practices that produce and continuously reproduce them change.
Hang on. How do they convince parents, or rather mothers, to go against human nature? As a mother, I've never felt oppressed for having children. I've always felt it was a privilege. There are many leftist women who, while they may love their children, they also believe that parental rights shouldn't exist because they believe that the world will be a fundamentally better place for their children under communism. So there are a lot of socialists who believe this, guys, that have kids. It's not that socialists don't have kids. Don't make this mistake. Socialists have kids. Socialists have entire childcare programs. They believe that the world will be a fundamentally better place if it exists under socialism rather than under capitalism. That's why.
Marxism gets accused of being class reductionist, of focusing on class at the expense of race and gender, of favoring struggles against exploitation over struggles against oppression. First of all, the socialist tradition is littered with chauvinists and mechanical thinkers who underrate, oversimplify, and relegate oppression to a side issue, independent of class struggle. Some say socialists should only raise gender and race blind, class-wide demands that appeal to the lowest common denominator. Some look to wealth redistribution as the solution. We have to fight these types at every turn. It is our responsibility as socialists to take up the demands of the oppressed and to demonstrate their oneness with the demands of the exploited. Since gender and sexual liberation has not been achieved in Stalinist and social democratic states, those who defend them as socialists have led to some to question whether socialism can actually liberate women, gender nonconforming, and LGBTQ people.
That's him shit talking Stalin because they do not like Stalin and the Denver Communists.
Some have concluded that feminism needs to be added on to Marxism, and that there are two fundamental structures in society, capitalism and patriarchy. This has caused great confusion. Women's oppression does predate capitalism, but was handed down by previous forms of class society. An Australian Marxist from Socialist Alternatives, Sandra Bloodworth, says, if working class men are part of the patriarchy, how then can the working class unite to overthrow capitalism? This also leads to the idea that working class women must have to fight alongside the women who exploit them. By contrast, Marxism holds that women's oppression, gender oppression, sexual oppression, I've been kind of using those somewhat interchangeably. Marxism holds that gender oppression cannot be separated out from a general class analysis of society. Bolshevik Alexandra Kollontai said, the followers of historical materialism, another name for Marxism, basically, reject the existence of a special woman question separate from the general social question of our day.
Oh. See, I love these moments on Socialism Saturday when you see the real shit for the first time and you're like, how much else haven't I been told? Oh, honey, we're just getting started tonight.
And Paul D'Amato wrote, Marxism seeks not to separate exploitation and oppression, but to show how they're connected and how the solution to one cannot be separated from the solution to the other. Socialism is not only a theory of the liberation of the working class, it is a theory of the liberation of the working class as the foundation for the liberation of all humanity. And not only from class exploitation, but from all forms of oppression. The class reductionist caricature of Marxism, which comes from critics and self-identified Marxists alike, is based on a misunderstanding of the primacy that Marx places on class. When Marxists say that something is a class issue, we don't mean that it's an issue of how much money a person earns or has, but that it results from social arrangements based on exploitation and class domination. This can't be resolved via more equitable distribution. It must be resolved through a struggle for power. A class analysis of oppression doesn't diminish it or dismiss it, but emphasizes its severity by revealing that it goes all the way to the root. Gregory Meyerson, another Marxist theorist, said, the primacy of class puts the fight against racism and sexism at the center. The intelligibility of this position is rooted in the explanatory primacy of class analysis for understanding the structural determinants of race, gender, and class oppression. Oppression is multiple and intersecting, but its causes are not. Marxism has historically focused more on the mode and relations of production than on the mode and relations of reproduction. Social reproduction theory aims to resolve that. Bhattacharya says, social reproduction theory represents an effort to develop Marx's labor theory of value in a specific direction. It's primarily concerned with understanding how categories of oppression, such as gender, race, and ableism, are co-produced in simultaneity with the production of surplus value. Oppression is theorized as structurally relational to and hence shaped by capitalist production, rather than on the margins of analysis or
Hey, thanks, LK. Appreciate you.
In addition to a deeper and more vital economic process.
What is to be done, indeed.
So where do we go from here? What conclusions should Marxists draw from this understanding of social reproduction theory and gender oppression? Let's look at an often cited quote from Lenin's vital 1902 pamphlet, What is to be Done? Lenin said, the socialist ideal should be the tribune of the people who is able to react to every manifestation of tyranny and oppression, no matter where it appears, no matter what stratum or class of people it affects, who is able to generalize all these manifestations and produce a single picture of police violence and capitalist exploitation, in order to clarify for all and everyone the world historic significance of the struggle for the emancipation of the proletariat. So I want to break this down a little bit. So every manifestation of tyranny and oppression. Socialists must be the most intransigent fighters against oppression, and the first to show that the fight against oppression is integral to the fight for socialism. This puts us at odds with the economist and workerist trends that narrowly focus on economic struggles and workplace organizing.
They're not just focusing on economic struggles or workplace organizing. This is going to be the unions. This is the most common mistake people make when it comes to the far left, guys. And I hear this almost every single day. They're like, you know, capitalism is an economic model. Capitalism is an economic model. Capitalism is an economic model. Well, when you listen to the real far left, they're telling you flat out, they are not just focusing on economic struggles and workplace organizing. Again, this is about undoing the cultural norms that uphold capitalist society.
Trends that narrowly focus on economic struggles and workplace organizing. Marxists consider not only the oppressed, but all members of the working class to be revolutionary agents with a material interest in fighting oppression and exploitation, and a historic responsibility to do so. This puts us at odds with separatists and postmodernists who want each section of the class to, quote, stay in its lane and confront its oppression in isolation, no matter what stratum or class it affects. I take this to mean that we must oppose the oppression experienced by members of other classes as well. This means recognizing the progressive kernel in bourgeois feminism, for instance. To generalize to produce a single picture of capitalist exploitation. This is back to the one struggle, one fight theme. We must consider the totality of society. We must demonstrate that production and reproduction, oppression and exploitation are irretrievably intertwined. And the significance of proletarian emancipation. Nothing less will do. As Kollontai said, women can become truly free and equal only in a world organized along new social and productive lines.
Women can only be free and equal in a world organized under socialism. That's because of the gender hierarchy in which men are on the top within the workplace with all the money, women are on the bottom doing the unpaid labor of having and raising kids. That is the gender hierarchy. This is also called the patriarchy. They believe that women can only be truly free once you abolish gender entirely, which puts everyone on the same level. The only way to flatten the gender hierarchy or the patriarchy is to put everyone on the same level. That's what equity means. This is why non-binary is a thing. Non-binary is a rejection of these socially constructed gender roles that created the patriarchy in the first place. It says men and women don't exist. We're all the same.
We need a more expansive understanding of what constitutes class struggle. As our comrade Jonathan Cunningham has provocatively asserted, Black Lives Matter is a labor movement. And back to Bhattacharya, who said, spaces of production of value at the point of production in the workplace, and spaces for reproduction of labor power in the home, and etc., may be separate in a strictly spatial sense, but they are actually united in the theoretical and operational senses. Reproduction, in short, is therefore a site of class conflict. If we take our lead from Marx himself, then it is utterly unclear why only the economic struggle for wages and benefits at the workplace must be designated as class struggle. Every social and political movement tending
I
in the
know, it's my
direction for
bad.
gains
My
of the working
fault. Not your
class as a
fault. My
whole,
fault.
or challenging the power of capital as a whole,
Appreciate you.
must be considered an aspect of class struggle. The working class can fight in the sphere of reproduction, but can only win in the sphere of production. The Russian Revolution, for instance, began as a bread riot led by women, but was won in the factories of Petrograd by workers' councils. Struggles outside the workplace often provide the spark, but to bring the system to its knees, workers must collectively withhold our labor. So we need to weave together political and economic struggles by raising political issues within our labor organizing and economic issues within our social movements. Most of all, we need to build combative, multi-gendered, multiracial, internationalist, working class revolutionary organization that can fight from and for a Marxist perspective and won't settle for anything less than overturning the mode of production.
And that's it. That is presentation number 1, guys. So how are people feeling? If this was your first time watching Abolish the Family Socialist, how are you guys feeling right now? I'd like to take a temperature check. Again, we watched this presentation first because this is a really good overview presentation about what the left thinks when it comes to abolish the family. So let me know what you guys think in the chat. We are going to be moving over to our next presentation, our main event. And this is where you're going to get to see this topic lectured about in the real world. Yeah, it's been rather eye-opening already. Yep. Well, it gets easier to follow once you understand the language and once you understand the ideas. So you're in exactly the right place. Not nice things. Yeah, that's okay. Learning a lot. Yup. You guys are going to love Sophie. Sophie's coming up. All right. So we just gave you your overview presentation, and now you guys are going to hear this lectured about in the real world. So what we're going to watch is a presentation that's about 2 years old. This presentation is from the Andrea Mitchell Center for Democracy. That is at the University of Pennsylvania. This is a person, this is Sophie Lewis. This is our favorite Abolish the Family Socialist. We have watched this presentation before on the channel. The last time we watched this presentation, just so people know, literally this presentation is so good that the last time we watched this presentation, the Babylon Bee stole my work. James Lindsay's minions stole my work. Literally as I was on stream, they were watching my stream and they clipped my work while I was on stream. And then it went viral on the internet. And then Not the Bee, which is the nonfiction arm of the Babylon Bee, published it. And then my audience went after the Babylon Bee to say, why aren't you crediting Karlyn? Because literally everyone is saying this came from her, including the person who posted it, said it came from my work. And then the Babylon Bee got struggle sessioned by James Lindsay, who said, you got struggle sessions by an abusive narcissist. James Lindsay thinks I'm a narcissist for what I'm doing. And then he told the Babylon Bee to remove the links because he tried to steal my work and take credit for it. And he got caught. And then he tried to struggle session the Babylon Bee in order to do that. And you can see the link in the chat. You guys can go see all the evidence. I'm just saying that someone asked earlier, why doesn't right-leaning media cover this? The only time right-leaning media covers my work is when places like Not the Bee steal it from me because James Lindsay steals my work and then passes off my work as his work. And then Not the Bee publishes it and my audience gets upset because they know exactly where it came from. And then James struggle sessions them to remove my credit. So I just want to point that out. Yep. James is full of shit and he's been stealing my work for years. So now you guys are going to see the real stuff. Guys, please mount the like button if you would be so kind. We've got a great turnout tonight for Socialism Saturday. If this is your first journey into Abolish the Family nonsense with us, this is going to be a lot tonight. We're throwing you into the deep end of the pool. Everyone, please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. I did catch YouTube last night unsubscribing like 20 people from the channel literally at 2:30 in the morning. And so YouTube is up to their old tricks. YouTube unsubscribes people from my channel all the time. So if you want to make sure you're subscribed, please feel free to do so. Make sure you have notifications turned on. Make sure you've mounted the like button for me so YouTube recommends my content to more people. This presentation is going to be a lot longer than the one we just watched, but this is what college students are learning in the real world. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Are you guys ready to see what the Ivy League is teaching? Well, whether you're ready or not, this is real. So let's get this party started.
Hi, everyone. I think we're going to get our discussion underway. Welcome to the Andrea Mitchell Center for the Study of Democracy. Thank you all for joining us. My name is Miranda Edith Skleroff, and I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Political Science at Penn. This event is part of the Andrea Mitchell Center's Capitalism, Socialism, Democracy series. Thank you to Dr. Jeff Green and Dr. Matt Roth for hosting us. I'm excited to discuss the book Abolish the Family, a manifesto for care and liberation with its authors, Dr. Sophie Lewis. Lewis is a freelance writer living in Philadelphia, teaching courses for the Brooklyn Institute for Social Research. Her first book was Full Surrogacy Now, Feminism Against Family. Her essays have appeared in many venues, including the New York Times, Harper's Magazine, the Boston Review, and Plus One, the London Review of Books, and Salvage. Lewis studied English, politics, environment, and geography at Oxford, the New School, and Manchester University, and is now an unpaid visiting scholar at the Feminist, Queer, and Transgender Studies Center at the University of Pennsylvania. Today, we will be focusing on her newest book, Abolish the Family. Even though we live at a moment of particular crisis, you may have noticed that when it comes to media coverage, governmental policy, and rhetoric on both the left and the right wing, the family is always in crisis. Writing at this pivotal moment of economic and political upheaval, scholar Sophie Lewis presents a book that speaks both to the role of family abolition and liberation struggles since the 19th century, and also to the present day fight for care and liberation beyond the family. Sophie, thank you so much for being with us here today.
It's a huge pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Sophie!
Okay, we're just going to jump right in for a Q&A.
We love Sophie.
We'll be having a discussion for about the first 45.
We love Sophie on this channel. No besmirching Sophie. Eric, how do they rationalize abolish the family because the state can take care of you when the state is oppressive? When they say the state, they mean the capitalist state. The capitalist state will be fundamentally abolished under socialism. So the state, as you understand it, will not exist in the society that they want to create. So that's how they rationalize it. When you say the state, you are saying something fundamentally different than what they are saying. They are referring to the capitalist United States government that they seek to abolish when they have their Marxist revolution. That's what they mean. Thank you for the super chat. Super materials. Thank you. Thank you, Scott. I really do appreciate it. Guys, we are smashing our super chat goal out of the park tonight, which is awesome. But I just want to remind you guys, please feel free to send me money if you see fit. You can also sign up for my Substack. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. Also in this description below, if you'd like to support my work as a monthly or annual supporter, that is the very best way to support my work. Although I do love all the super chats. And please keep sending them. I appreciate it. Oh, got another super chat. Hang on. Southpod, I'm late for the train wreck. Did I miss anything juicy? Well, you're right on time, Southpod. We're about to get into the presentation from the University of Pennsylvania.
5 minutes, and then we'll jump over for audience questions. Feel free to ask your questions whenever you think of them, and we'll save them for the separate Q&A point. But I think just to start off with, I'm going to ask the very basic question, which is also the title of the event, which is, what is family abolition, and how is it different from how its detractors might present it, and even how people who might hear the word for the first time and what their responses might be? What is
Sophie.
family abolition?
Good
and how is
question,
it a little bit
Soph.
different from just putting those two words together?
Yeah, so I think of abolition of the family as pretty much synonymous with the deprivatization of care in society.
Okay, let's just pause there. And then someone sent me a power chat. I apologize. I didn't have power chat up on the screen. Sophie says that Abolish the Family is fundamentally linked to the deprivatization of care. Does anyone want to explain in the chat what that means, the deprivatization of care, as I get the power chat up so I can read the power chat that someone sent me, which I appreciate you guys using power chat. Power chat is in the description below. I just didn't have it up on the screen. Sorry. But I know some of you like power chat. Does anyone want to explain what the deprivatization of care has to do with nuclear family? Does anyone know? Hey, thank you, Alog Simpwit, for 25 bucks. Actually, shit, AD sent me $100 super chat like a while ago, and I totally missed it. So my bad, AD. If you're watching AD, I apologize. I totally missed the day you sent the power chat. But Alog Simpwat, thank you for the $25. I do appreciate it. All right. When Sophie says the deprivatization of care, what she means is, let me see who's got it right in the chat. Let me see. Collective care. Your kids don't belong to the family. They belong to the community. That's part of it. Yup. It is kind of related to surrogacy a little bit. It's more about community care, collective care. So Sophie has a fundamentally different argument about abolishing the family than other people. Deprivatization of care is putting the care with the collective comrades and removing the care from the nuclear family. They want universal health care. That's exactly right. This is the answer I was looking for. So when Sophie is talking about the deprivatization of care, what she means is universal health care. Because one of the reasons the left does not like the nuclear family is because it limits people to the health care that they can receive based on the resources of their families. So like when you get your insurance from your parents, you are limited to the healthcare options of your parents' insurance. Or if you get your insurance from a spouse, you are limited to the healthcare options of that insurance. What they believe is that everyone should have access to all healthcare. That's what universal healthcare is. And that the only way to do that is by abolishing the privatized family unit that keeps healthcare privatized within the family. That's what she means when she says the deprivatization of care.
The definition that I think is most important of the family is actually to do with the privatization of care, labor in society. That's perhaps a bit counterintuitive to people who, don't think of the family as, perhaps don't think of it very much at all. In fact, we're not very much used to thinking of the family as a structural phenomenon, let alone a sort of extension of institutions of the state, or indeed an economic site of activity at all, right? But there's an immense amount of sort of ideological naturalization that creates that sort of unthinking that we do every day about what we are doing when we do the family, and in a sense acquiesce to the private-public division in capitalist society, which currently has reached a point of intensification so extreme that even the propertied classes in the COVID pandemic are kind of writing op-eds about.
Let's see, we got another super chat. Thank you, Eric. Just for my own clarification, capitalism equals no. Capitalism means private property ownership. So I'm very specific about my language, Eric, for a reason. I've never said capitalism means property rights. I have said capitalism means private property ownership, and it has nothing to do with the state at all, because they believe that the state is fundamentally created on the basis of private property ownership. So they believe that private property ownership created the United States government. Private property ownership created the United States Constitution. So it's not upheld by the state. Private property ownership literally created it. Remove private property ownership, not property rights. Remove private property ownership, you bring down capitalism. No, private property ownership is capitalism. I cannot emphasize this enough. I am very precise with my language about this for a reason. Private property ownership is capitalism. They are not separate things. It is capitalism. The state is the capitalist state. And it's okay to ask questions. You're new, that's fine. I'm just trying to be very clear that I use the language I use for a really specific reason. These concepts are inextricably combined. They are the same thing. I hope that makes sense. I really do appreciate the super chat.
How something needs to change on the level of how we live privately, or perhaps, too privately. But what I'm thinking about when I talk about abolition of the family actually has a very long history. And I go into that a little bit in my very short book, which we're gathering here today to discuss. And it's a very whistle-stop tour, but in some senses, it's been an orthodox kind of Marxist demand, not one that is necessarily remembered by all, Marxists. Unfortunately, to my mind, but it also has, a really strong history among sort of anti-imperialist, gay and lesbian, Black, third world radical traditions in the sort of so-called red decade of the 60s and early 70s, where, abolition of the family was a very sort of elementary, really quite familiar and well-known element of, the overthrow of capitalist society as a whole. So I guess, I've basically given you what I think it is. It's the idea that we can, reproduce our lives and make people in a way that is much more, centered in the common and the public realm, rather than depending so much on atomized and free labor in private nuclear households. What it is not, since you also asked me, what it's not about separating people. It's not about a top-down, sort of deletion of infrastructure in one stroke. It's certainly not about somehow, failing to appreciate the immense amount of, life-giving work that the family does in the world for many, many people today, right? But the family in many contexts, for marginalized and racialized and undocumented communities, is often the only sort of fence against the racial terror of the state. It's sort of...
Remember, every time Sophie says the state, she means capitalism, because Sophie believes that the state is the capitalist state.
Infrastructure that helps protect people, against much worse realities, including the kind of depredations of the labor market and so on. And I just want to be really clear that it's not about, family abolition is not about saying, that everything the family does is somehow bad. And there's also a recognition, I think, that has always been present in this politics, that if emancipatory and liberatory social justice forces don't prevail and don't win, that it's possible that something worse than the family does exist. And that doesn't really bear thinking about. But the other, the fact is also that the family is already a crisis. It is part of the crisis of capitalism, the social reproduction crisis, as Marxist.
The family is a part of the social reproduction crisis of capitalism. Now, I want to point something out. You guys just watched a presentation from the Denver Communists all about social reproduction theory. And what the Denver Communists said in that presentation is exactly what Sophie is going to expand upon in this presentation. Sophie is not a member of the Denver Communists. Sophie is not associated with the Denver Communists. Sophie, I don't think I've ever seen her do work with the Denver Communists. What I'm trying to articulate is the ideas that you're hearing tonight are not just from one group. They're not just from one person. You will hear the ideas that we're hearing tonight replicated across all far left groups, across all far left cultural socialists like activists, like Sophie. Queer Marxism, you see a lot of this stuff in. You see a lot of this stuff in reproductive justice. It is the same message across groups. The left is incredibly consistent. It is not true to say the left is mentally ill. It is not true to say the left is using word salad. It is not true to say the left just doesn't even know what they believe. This is all conservative bullshit talking points. The left is incredibly consistent across all of the different major leftist activist groups because their ideas are all grounded in the same place. They might disagree on a nuance here or there because that's natural. No one's ever going to agree on everything, right? But what I want people to understand is this is not just one group. This is the perspective of the left.
Feminists would call it social reproduction being the sort of ensemble of activities that
also, last thing. Yes, this is all true. And Sophie is like this close to understanding the JQ. I actually have Sophie on video. I was so proud of Sophie. She's like this fucking close. I have Sophie on video saying something to the effect of, they say that all the Jews were communists in Germany, but they also said all the Jews were bankers in Germany. And how could both be true? So Sophie has on some level come to the understanding that the Bolsheviks were Jewish. Sophie has also on some level come to the understanding that the bankers were Jewish and that it existed on both sides. She just hasn't put it fully together yet, but she's like this close. And I DM'd her on Instagram after I heard her say that. I was like, Sophie, they play both sides. You're right, Sophie. They do play both sides. You're so close, Sophie. She never answered me, so I don't think she appreciated it. Nope, the left is not stupid. True.
A human person every day, so that that person can go back to work and sell more labor to the capitalist class to generate value. Social reproduction also, reproduces people who don't work, on the labor market. So from the point of view of the bosses and the capitalists, that's kind of a waste, right? So there's a lot of kind of elements of what happens in the family that is not directly kind of serving the system, and that's why I think we kind of partly.
Breaking news, we have attacked Iran. Breaking news, the United States has bombed Iran. The reason I know this is Trump has posted about it on Truth Social. Trump just posted on Truth Social, we have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow. Now, the other ones I can't pronounce. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to the great American warriors. This is not another military in the world that can do this. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we just bombed Iran. That's fucking great. Great decision, Trump. Great. Fucking great. Matthew, thank you for the super chat. Never underestimate your enemy, as they will surprise you with their genius. Isn't that the truth, Matthew? Isn't that the truth? Okay, so Trump has just fucked us over and monumentally stabbed all of his voters in the back. And that's just great. That's just great. You guys think that the anti-Semitism problem was bad before? Just watch what happens now that Israel has dragged us into a war with Iran. Do you really think this is going to be good for the Jews? I don't think this is going to be good for the Jews. And I'm really glad that I didn't vote for Trump. And I knew he was going to do some stupid shit like this. And this sucks and whatever. There's nothing we can do about it. Let's keep listening to this. So that sucks, though. That fucking sucks. Anyway. All we can do is what we can do, right? Let's keep going.
rightly experience the family as a zone away from the logics of the economy, and from the sort of, discipline of the state, and that's not, like I say, there is a tiny bit of truth to that, right? We feel attached to this zone because we think of it as a sort of sanctuary and a sort of haven. Unfortunately, it's not actually a pure haven or a pure refuge at all, and it props up very much these systems that ultimately wear us down, force us into lifetimes of backbreaking work, which recently with the Great Resignation and the Big Quit, we saw people kind of reaching a breaking point in relation to. And I thought it was interesting that the crises about sort of pods and quarantines and the sort of rejection of work came together in our recent history, because I think of work and the family as, completely inseparable, and we can get into that later. And I should stop talking really, but I just wanted to emphasize that it's certainly not about saying, families suck and, we just want to kind of get rid of them. We can get into what abolition actually means, right? But it's certainly not about separating or diminishing the amount of care that we receive in the world. On the contrary, it's about recognizing that if you love the people in your family, you probably agree that they deserve a lot more.
So this is the basis of the argument, and this is why it's really important that people understand this is not about the left saying you don't have to love your family. That's not what they're doing, okay? What they're saying is the fundamental nature of their argument is if you love your family, you want them to have access to more resources outside of the nuclear family. So this is not about them having mommy and daddy issues, although Sophie absolutely does have daddy issues, but that's not the basis of her questioning of the nuclear family. This is about, she's flat out saying, like, you can love your family. We're not asking you to give up grandma. This is about saying that they believe there are more resources available to people outside of the family, and they want people to have better access to those resources. You don't understand them because you don't speak their language. If you watch this content and ask questions, you will learn to speak their language. There's a reason that it doesn't compute for you. They are speaking a different language. This is like if I picked you up and I put you in the middle of China and you didn't speak Mandarin and they didn't speak English, you wouldn't be able to understand them either. But the purpose of doing this is to listen to their language and to understand through immersion what they mean. You can also ask questions. But if you just say, I just can't understand this, then you're never going to learn anything. So just relax, sit back. We'll teach it to you, but you got to take it slow, and it doesn't happen overnight.
We can get into what abolition actually means, right? But it's certainly not about separating or diminishing the amount of care that we receive in the world. On the contrary, it's about recognizing that if you love the people in your family, you probably agree that they deserve a lot more than the organized scarcity that is the private nuclear household that currently arranges the care that we get.
See?
Great. Thank you so much. I think I'm going to jump a little bit ahead in my questioning since you brought up work and care. And I think that this is one of the many sort of important parts, or many important things that this book, but also the sort of like, sort of movement or sort of beginning of a philosophical re-embracing of family abolition can kind of talk about. But what you trace the sort of family abolition through lots of liberatory movements, not movies, sorry. Black Power, gay liberation, through the feminist movements and sort of various iterations. But one of the things I think is interesting is that you sort of point to basically 1985 to 2015 as this kind of desert of family abolitionism. Like it kind of slips off of a lot of radical to-do lists, if those to-do lists still exist, or sort of these, don't think in 2015 we really heard that many sort of feminists talk about family abolition. I think it's, you know, it's sort of becoming more, again, more popularized. But what's sort of your, again, this is inviting you to sort of sum up parts of your books, which I don't want you to have to do too much, but what is your sort of read of like why and how family abolition, or even marriage abolition, or children's liberation, which is another question I have, how some of these sort of family oriented demands did stop feeling pressing or necessary? And is it just because some of those movements waned or changed? It seems like it did happen kind of within a small amount of time.
Yes, great question. I mean, it's a question I ongoingly feel curious about, and I don't believe I have the sort of complete answer. But you know, another brief comment just before I answer is though that I have been challenged a little bit on my sort of statement that it's a complete sort of lull in family.
Not Bert, under their system, money wouldn't exist. So in the communist utopia where the family is abolished, the family is not going to be the only thing that's abolished. Money doesn't exist. Banks don't exist. You have access to all the resources, so you don't really need it. So the question kind of becomes moot, doesn't it?
Abolitionist imagination in between, you know, the mid 80s and more or less 2015. I think it is a bit of an overstatement on my part that you know, that light completely went out. And some radicals, you know, who were really active around the sort of so-called alter globalization, you know, movements of the late 90s and early 2000s were sort of asking me why I didn't include some of the radical sort of infrastructures of mutual aid and, you know, cohabitation and squatting and so on in my history, which is actually a really good point. So I don't think the history of family.
Hang on, we have a chat over on Kick. What takes the place of money? No one would work for the common good without compensation. In the socialist utopia, they control the food supply. They control the food. If you don't work, you don't eat. If you don't work, you don't get a place to live. If you don't work, you don't get access to resources. So if you want to eat and you don't have a homestead and you're not growing all your own food, then you better work.
Abolition is ever really entirely kind of, you know, a flat line, you know, in it. I might need to change my potted history just to say this is a tiny pamphlet and a very much more in-depth book by my my comrade and friend M.E. O'Brien is actually forthcoming next year from Pluto Press. So we
watch M.E. O'Brien as well.
You know, we're collaborating here in the 21st century to flesh out this history in greater depth. But yeah, basically what happened at the end of the red decade I mentioned, and I've been revisiting this history by, you know, by looking at the historian Alice Eccles's sort of account of 1967 to 1975 and what happened to the women's liberation ecology, which is a parallel history to histories you can read of what happened to gay liberation and what happened to Black power. And, you know, more or less the story is, you know, the liberatory and critically utopianist movements were stomped into the dust. It's simple as that. On one level, I cannot insist enough that, you know, those of us who feel that we are, in a sense, the, you know, the transgenerational, you know, comrades or allies of those new left revolutionaries have to metabolize still today, no matter what age we are, the grief of that, right? The sheer kind of multiplicity of psychological sort of cope that we tend to fall into when we're not capable collectively of simply facing the fact that we lost. it's very sort of common to look inward, what was done wrong, what were the mistakes. It's not that that's entirely not useful, it is probably useful to think about what alliances were missing, what connections were missed, but I do think there's a tendency to turn away from some of the aspirations of that moment where everything seemed possible, on the basis that it was wrong to have tried, because it didn't work out. And Ellen Willis, as I talk about in Abolish the Family, describes the turning away from horizons like family abolition and children's liberation at the very end of the 70s, sort of writing in the Village Voice. Ellen Willis is describing, how people that 5 years prior were all down, for really transforming society completely, and necessarily that would include, the social factory of the home, not just.
Well, it's interesting you say this. Maybe these people need to be deported. Maybe that's what Trump should have done instead of focusing on deporting college students for anti-Semitism. Maybe had Trump been doing his fucking job, he would have deported people for being radical revolutionary communists instead. I think that would have been a really great idea, except for the fact that Trump doesn't really care about radical revolutionary communists or stopping radical revolutionary communists. The only thing he cares about is cucking to Israel. And so therefore, these people will never be deported. Why is this woman nervously laughing and smiling the whole time she is talking about abolishing the family? Because this is who she is, and she wrote 2 books about this, and she's trying to give a presentation in which she is appearing to be likable. But she believes all this stuff. She really believes all of this.
Just the kind of public sphere and the formal workplace of the factory. But however, during the course of the 70s, like the sense that was even sayable, thinkable, just kind of like disappeared. And I've noticed myself in the archive that, in the early 70s, you have these texts from Black radicals in Oakland saying, so Pat Parker, for instance, was a sort of anti-imperialist feminist nurse who says at a meeting, a convergence, that basically white women need to get with it and be brave in saying abolish the family. And so it's kind of like my impression that, which I think is shared by many, that the only feminists talking about, family abolition are, well, actually just one, the sort of famous, infamous New York Jewish revolutionary Shulamith Firestone.
Sophie's obsessed with Shulamith Firestone.
I thought that was my impression, I would say 10 years ago. I think it's a common one that there's this kind of black sheep almost of the movement who said these sort of unreasonable things about the family. In fact, when you really go and look through the written record of the movements, Firestone actually seems quite, timid almost in comparison with the united front of certain kinds of, anti-imperialist revolutionary black groups who are saying that the family obviously has to be overthrown if capitalism and the state are going to be defeated. But then
the family obviously has to be overthrown if capitalism and the state are going to be defeated. Let's come back to that. So she wants to genocide the white race. No. Are you looking at the same person I am? Sophie is extremely white. This has nothing to do with the white race. The white race bullshit is the dissident right. The left does not care about race. The left is not trying to genocide white people. When the left says whiteness, they don't mean skin color, they mean capitalism. You have not heard Sophie say a single fucking thing in this presentation about white people anything. So I'm not sure why we're making this up, that she wants to genocide the white race. Has she said anything about race? Has she said one single thing about race? No, she hasn't. So please stop making shit up. This has nothing to do with skin color. That is your narrative. That's not their talking points. Hey, Donnie girl, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. But listen again. Sophie is telling you that they want to abolish the family in order to abolish capitalism. Capitalism, not the white race. Capitalism.
And with the, the united front of certain kinds of, anti-imperialist revolutionary Black groups who are saying that the family obviously has to be overthrown if capitalism and the state are going to be defeated. But then at the end of the 70s and by the mid 80s in 1984, we have this other very famous text, which is also extremely strong and powerful and reasoned for its moment. And that is Hazel Carby's letter, sort of White Woman Listen, in which she's saying that white women are overemphasizing the oppressive character of the family.
Let me make this really clear to you. They are never talking about race. They're never talking about race. They are literally never talking about race. Race is not what they're talking about. They are talking about the system that upholds capitalism. When they say anything about race, it is not about skin color. It is about systemic racism or institutional racism. When they say systemic racism, they mean the system that upholds racism, and that system is capitalism. They are never, ever, 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 ever talking about skin color. So can we please move on from that now and learn about Abolish the Family? They literally believe that Black people can achieve whiteness. We have them on video saying this. They believe in things like multiracial whiteness. This is a lecture at the University of Pennsylvania where Sophie worked. So she worked there. Why do socialists have so many words for capitalism? So I've done videos about this. I've talked about this. The reason that they have so many words for capitalism is A, they believe that capitalism created every problem in society. B, every single word refers to a different aspect of capitalism. Capitalism is not one thing. Capitalism is many, many, many different things. And so you have to come up with many different words to describe how capitalism shows up and oppresses us in society. So when they say whiteness means capitalism, they're talking about economic disparities based on race. When they talk about the patriarchy, they're talking about the fact that women are relegated to doing unpaid labor in the home to raise the next generation of proletarian workers. When they're talking about normativity, they're talking about the norms that uphold gender and the nuclear family. When they're talking about colonization, imperialism, colonialism, they're talking about land. When they're talking about decolonization, they're talking about land. So, I mean, it's just like, it's on and on and on and on and on. These are all different aspects of capitalism. It's not as though all words meaning capitalism mean exactly the same thing. They're attacking capitalism from as many different angles as they can, essentially. Hope that helps.
And that while Black women would not deny that the family has a sort of structurally oppressive function in society, what needs to happen right now, i.e. in the context of triumphing neoliberalism, and accelerating sort of austerity and terrorization of Black life and Black households is frankly to acknowledge the role that family has played in the history of Black resistance against the state, right? And those two moments are so fascinating because, as I say, it's not about saying, you know, one of them is kind of more right than the other. It's about recognizing that something materially, you know, gargantuan happened. That the terrain of political possibility completely changed, you know. So yeah, and the same can be said. I would briefly just say, you know,
thanks, Suzanne.
Anita Bryant spelled the defeat of the gay liberation horizon, you know. So I mean, not her personally in and of herself, but this sort of the isolation of gay liberationists in the context of the wider revolutionary left, which is also, I think, maybe a valid criticism, and you know, but given that that this is one of the times where it is important to recognize there was a failure of solidarity from the wider left when you know, the organized forces that wanted to re-privatize care, if you like, even more deeply in the context of a, you know, a neoliberal revolution, that they started saying, and indeed we should think about this today, given what is happening with trans children and their bodily autonomy today. You know, they started saying, you know, gay people are groomers and pedophiles, and they, you know, and they destroy the basis of, you know, American capitalist life. That third thing is perhaps something that could have been leaned into. You know, the fear that comes with the suggestion of sort of you know, sexual threat to children, the weaponization of the sexual innocence of the child, is something that back then in the early 80s and still today, we do not have a brave, united kind of left response to, right? So when someone gets called a groomer in this weaponized, organized way, the template for which was laid by Anita Bryant in the 80s and the sort of Reaganite campaign of organized homophobia and sort of, you know, Christian evangelical capitalism on steroids, you know, yeah.
She is not, but it makes no difference because there are absolutely abolish the family communists who have kids. Again, I need to make this very, very clear. The argument is not that you should not have kids. Socialists have kids. They don't just abort all their children. They have kids. There are absolutely abolish the family communists who believe in abolishing the family, and they believe it will make life better for their kids if they do so. Thanks, Kings, for the super chat. I would never fight you, but I think the confusion comes when she said white women. When she said white women, she meant bourgeois women. She meant bourgeois. She meant women with privilege. You learn to understand this stuff after a while. You learn to understand that it is literally never about skin color. These people don't care about skin color. The right obsesses about skin color way more than the left does, to a significant degree. And you understand this when you watch them, and they never talk about skin color. They're talking about the system. I appreciate the super chat, though. Thank you. No. You're not quite getting it. When you say minorities, you're talking about skin color. They believe that capitalism oppresses everyone. Everyone, not just minorities. You're still talking about skin color.
Well, you know, we lose an enormous amount of movement memory about where the location of sexual violence actually is in the world, right? And in the fabric.
I know, you're fine, Kings. I appreciate it.
Where the threat to children actually is the private patriarchal nuclear household.
Where the threat to children, I need everyone to pay attention to what Sophie just said. Where the threat to children actually is the private patriarchal nuclear household. Sophie is saying, okay, right-wingers, you guys are all afraid about the sexualization of children. You guys are all talking about the grooming of children. Do you know where children are most likely to be sexually abused? In the private, patriarchal, nuclear household. Sophie is one of the arguments that Sophie makes about abolishing the family is that kids are more likely to be abused by a family member than any other type of person in society, which, by the way, she's not actually wrong about that. But listen to her say it again. This is why when people say, is she a mother? It makes no difference. She believes that children are more at danger within the nuclear family than outside of the nuclear family.
Sexual violence actually is.
No, they don't. 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 Wrong, wrong, wrong. You could not be more wrong. The reason you believe this is because you listen to right-wing clickbait content that is taken out of context, and usually only the lowest common denominator of low IQ idiot on the left. That's why you believe this. The right wing likes to take these outrage clips out of context, pass them all over the internet. They show you the most low IQ retards they can possibly find, and then they say, they hate white people. No, they don't. She's very, use your fucking eyes, bro. She is about as white as you can fucking get. We have listened to 2 different communist groups tonight. They're not talking about skin color. Literally, bro, the only person talking about skin color in this entire equation is you. You're the one that keeps bringing up skin color. Why do you keep bringing it up? Because you're a dissident right-winger and you're obsessed with skin color and you're not listening to anything else. So please stop fucking doing this. I promise you, you are going to learn nothing from this exercise if you keep complaining about how white people are the poor victims of fucking society, when literally there's no one else in this equation talking about white people except for you. Stop. Just listen. Thunderstorm over on Rumble, thank you for the Rumble rant. Engels mentioned ending Europeans to create a new myth. No. Have they said that at all? Engels was basically the basis for the abolish the family argument, bro. When Engels said white, he meant the system. He did not mean what you're saying he meant, because and I appreciate the money. I appreciate the $10. I do. But you do not adequately understand their language, and you're not listening because you want to believe that they hate white people. You're going to stop. Okay. You're going to stop fucking whining in my feed right now. The next thing you say that is not relevant to the discussion, you're getting put in a timeout. I'm going to take away your ability to speak if you keep doing this. I have now asked you nicely. I'm not going to be fucking nice anymore. You have been given the answer multiple times. You haven't sent me in any fucking super chat. I have addressed your questions multiple times, and you're not fucking listening. There are other people in the chat who are trying to address your questions, and you're not fucking listening, and now you're being disruptive. I understand that this might go against everything that you believe. I really do understand that. I understand that it takes time to wrap your head around this. But if you refuse to listen and you just backtalk, you ignore everything I say, you ignore everything that is being said in the chat, you're being disrespectful to what this is, and I don't appreciate it. If you're here to learn, then learn. But you're going to have to put aside some of your dissident right-wing perspectives to understand what the left believes. I'm sorry that you were lied to by a lot of people you trusted to inform you, but you are not correct about what they believe. Anyway, Thunderstorm over on Rumble, I do appreciate it, but with all due respect, you don't speak their language and you don't adequately understand what they were saying. I'm sorry. I see this happen all the time. This is why I get fiery when people don't listen when we try to break it down and explain it. Listen to Sophie again say, Sophie is about to say that the most dangerous place for children to be is in the private nuclear household.
Steroids, well, we lose an enormous amount of movement memory about where the location of sexual violence actually is in the world, right? And in the fabric of capitalist social reproduction. Where the threat to children actually is the private patriarchal nuclear household, right? And when we sort of capitulate to the sorts of moves that make a kind of threat and a social terror out of the figure of the queer person, we throw out this enormous and indispensable component of utopian wisdom, and we kind of refragment ourselves, which is why, as I guess I was trying to say earlier, the history is quite fragmented, right? When I do my potted history, one of the tragic things about it is that the different sort of instances of family abolitionist imaginary do not have as many kind of links between them as I would like to be able to say they do.
Okay, great. We're getting in some great questions that we will get to at the end, which also some of them are entangled with some of the questions I have.
And the guy over on Rumble who just sent me $10 has now unsubscribed because he didn't like that I told him he was wrong. Hey, thanks for the money, bro. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Bye.
So I'm going to skip to one that's maybe not, has not come up among questions from the audience. Just as a reminder, you can put in your questions whenever, and we will, in about 15 minutes, we'll start answering them, if not a little bit earlier. But I wanted to talk a little bit about how your work, not just in this book, but I think more broadly has taken up with the idea of mothering against motherhood, which I believe
mothering
is
against motherhood.
And the idea is that the practice of care could be degendered and an action, not a fixed identity. This is how I understand it, at least. And as the action, it could be potentially shared by all. Is there any similar recuperation of fathering in the idea of family abolition, and why or why not?
So in a word, no. And, this is basically one of the sort of revolutionary feminist commitments in my project, really, which is not at all to imply some sort of, association between mothering and female gender. In fact, I think the strategic, necessity, the way we get through is by insisting in a sort of spirit of feminism against cisness, to sort of borrow from Emma Heaney's collection, which is forthcoming and I'm very excited about, the category that, we must center as feminists is this kind of anti-productive labor. And I mean anti, not just sort of non-productive. I actually mean sort of, the valences of social reproduction that produce, comrades, not workers. That's kind of what I mean by anti-productive, like the care.
We want to produce comrades and not workers. Comrades are in socialist solidarity with the community. Workers are oppressed under capitalism.
Of one another, Sorry, this may be a little bit kind of overly abstract as a response. Let me just kind of reel it back. So when you ask me about whether I have a category of fathering to mirror the revolutionary horizon of mothering against motherhood, the answer is no, because not because of a sort of hetero-pessimist kind of dislike for men. That's not sort of on the contrary, because already all of the men who are involved in care are basically mothering, and the best dads in that sense are kind of already motherers. You know, motherer is the sort of word I have for the ungendered kind of affinity rather than identity. You know, for a labor that sort of holds and nurtures and creates, you know. So when you think about fathering in everyday language, it's an act of authorship, you know, it's an act of intellectual property patenting, if you like. It's like, I mean, this sounds maybe, you know, overly critical, but it actually is how we think about progeny. It's how we think about heredity. It's how we think about, you know, biogenetic kinship. The you know, the gestational component is a labor. Well, if we think of it as a labor, I argue in my previous book that gestating is a labor. You know, it's certainly recognized that post-gestational, you know, maternal care is a labor in our society. But the sort of fathering aspect is the instant where the sperm hits the egg and the identity is inscribed. That's what it means to father a child. It means to ejaculate and inscribe, you know, genetic futurity. So it's not, it's a moment of fantasized, as I said, sort of authorship, you know, licensing. And since my family abolitionism is very much about the buried history of children's liberation, which you already raised, the idea that children, whilst they have very special sort of entitlements and needs, are people, you know, and as such don't, you know, belong to anyone as possessions, and are certainly not. And
this is the basis of children's liberation. When I say children's liberation, what people on the right think is, these are pedophiles. No, that's not what they're talking about. I have very literally heard Sophie say in person that she is completely opposed to the sexualization of young people. When they are talking about child liberation, they believe that parental rights are a form of private property ownership under capitalism. That means that if you have parental rights, children are literally the property of their parents. That is the basis of their argument around getting rid of parental rights. It's a form of property abolition. Listen again.
Of children's liberation, which you already raised, the idea that children, whilst they have very special sort of entitlements and needs, are people, you know, and as such don't, you know, belong to anyone as possessions, and are certainly not, and this is also just scientific fact, the extensions of anybody or the sort of reproductions of anybody. In fact, you know, Marxist biologists are quite clear, Marxist feminist biologists are quite clear that, and I know you do eugenic science research yourself, Miranda, but you know, the reproduction of the self is not something that actually happens in sexuate reproduction. It's a fantasy we have that, you know, is very central to the functions of the family that have to do with the transmission of class, of racial stability and racial identity, you know, the administrative coherence of populations for the state, and so on and so forth, you know. So I'll just stop there, shall I? It's not about sort of disliking, you know, a particular gender of person. It's about recognizing that patriarchy is one of capitalism's primary functions.
Patriarchy is one of capitalism's primary functions. The oppression of women in the unpaid roles of having and raising kids is one of capitalism's primary functions. This has nothing to do with WEF. The WEF does not like the Radical Revolutionary Socialists, and the Radical Revolutionary Socialists do not like the WEF. I understand why you might think that because it sounds similar, but these are two completely different groups. They do not like each other at all.
In the way that it kind of creates identities as part of the privatization of care.
Okay, great. I'm going to pick up on one thing you said. I'm going to just say I do anti-eugenics just to make sure that no one thinks I do eugenics science. Not the, just a side note, but I work on anti-eugenic theory on eugenics. I always feel the need to slide that in when talking, but I wanted to pick up your mention of children's liberation, because this is also one that you know, maybe Shulamith Firestone was most famous for, you know, putting in this sort of like feminist ideological discourse, but again used to be sort of a bigger political demand that I think radicals were making in maybe the 60s and the 70s. And so it comes up frequently in your book, but it's not always named. It's definitely there in spirit. Is children's liberation something that's sufficient for getting at the kind of freedom that you think of, that you're aiming towards with something like family abolition, or is there something that it lacks that you, or just a different emphasis? How do you sort of see those two conceptual frameworks related?
Children's liberation is an under-theorized tradition, although there is a lot on it. It perhaps is quite fitting that it's somewhat under-theorized because, you know, children do not tend to theorize as much as else, you know. That perhaps that's not true. Perhaps it's about the mode in which their theorizing occurs. But no, I wouldn't say they're synonyms at all. I would say that you know, the very vexed but crucial question of how children's autonomy can be nourished and supported and safeguarded at the same time as their care is ensured, you know, is one of the central things that you need to be thinking about if you want to think about deprivatizing care, i.e., you know, abolishing the family.
She's saying that children will receive better care if care is deprivatized, in other words, universal health care available to everyone, regardless of your family, and deprivatizing care necessitates abolishing the family. Does everyone understand that? I could be wrong, but I came to a conclusion: climate change is population change. These people do not care about population change. They very, very, very rarely talk about it. Again, that's more of a WEF thing. I understand why you think that, but these people oppose climate change because they believe capitalism is creating climate change, and capitalism is very literal. Actually, hang on. This is a sticker that I got from Antifa in Boston, like last week. Destroy capitalism before it destroys the planet. This is why the radical revolutionary far left opposes this is why the radical revolutionary far left talks about climate change. They very literally believe that capitalism created climate change. They believe that capitalism will kill everyone if we don't abolish capitalism. That is what their perspective is. Okay? Literally. I got this from Antifa.
But I don't think they're synonyms. I think the contempt with which some, you know, on the left treat the phrase, you know, adult supremacy, right, which comes from the anarchist tradition, where indeed much of the, you know, excellent sort of mutual aid infrastructure and knowledge came from during the pandemic that kept people alive, and where many of the sort of youth liberation or youth autonomy frameworks are being sort of maintained and developed and experimented with, you know, led by young people, you know, today in social centers such as the now defunct Purple Thistle in Vancouver, Canada.
Correct. Care has nothing to do with the love from parents. It's about medical care. It's about access to resources, access to medical care. Sophie also believes that sexual abuse is more likely to take place in the family. That's another aspect of it. It doesn't matter. It does not matter what you believe. Like, I hate to be this blunt about it, but no one gives a flying fuck about what your feelings are or what you believe. This is about understanding the left. What you believe has literally nothing to do with anything.
The contempt with which those notions are treated sometimes as though it couldn't possibly be serious, to challenge the sorts of proprietarian hierarchy that exists between adults and children, depresses me somewhat. I think it's yet another legacy of the crushing of, the utopian imagination in the rise of Reaganism and Thatcherism. Yes, indeed, it used to be quite common, even in Marx's day, right, to talk about children as the poorest proletarians in the world, right? This remains very much the case, and we haven't talked enough yet about the deeply sort of interlinked sort of character of children's liberation and the abolition of.
Do I think there's big money going to these commies to pop up this ideology? No. These are not well-funded people. Anyone who thinks that these people are well-funded are listening to conservative bullshit artists. They are not doing this because of money. The reason that you think that is because conservatives only do things when they're paid to do it. Conservatives only take political positions when they're paid to have those political positions. You're very used to politicians and pundits and commentators literally only saying things and doing things because they are paid to do it. The left believes this. The left are true believers of their ideology. The right just makes shit up all the time. The left are actually living and breathing their ideology every day of their life because it is who they are. This has nothing to do with getting paid. They do this shit for free all the time. Sophie's probably giving this talk for free. So no, do I believe there's big money? No. Not in any way.
Whiteness, prison abolition of the police, and so on.
Listen to what she just said. Hang on. Listen to what she's saying. She's saying child liberation is deeply connected to the abolition of whiteness, the abolition of prisons, the abolition of the police. That all means the abolition of capitalism. Listen to her say all these things. It all means the abolition of capitalism in some way, shape, or form.
Interlinked sort of character of children's liberation and, the abolition of whiteness, prison abolition of the police, and so on.
All the same thing.
But I will say, the racism of the family norm in the United States is something that is forcefully institutionalized through child protective services, right? CPS, right? Which is, as Dorothy Roberts, who is one of our, leading lights at University of Pennsylvania, she identifies as a sort of family policing system, right? And as she has recently made really clear in an interview in Parapraxis magazine, a new magazine from the horizons of sort of nurturing children's freedom and autonomy, in a world where that's
no. There is no universe in which I'm ever going to convince Sophie Lewis to not be a communist. Sophie is like a second or third generation communist. Sophie's been a communist her whole life. Sophie has never been outside of the communist ecosystem. Guys, this is not about convincing communists to not be communists. Communists are going to be communists. They're indoctrinated into a cult. You cannot get people to leave a cult that they are choosing to be a part of. We can't unindoctrinate these people. The goal of this is to understand what is going on so that you can identify it when it's going on in the real world. And then once you get good at identifying it in the real world, that's when you can teach it to other people. This is what you have to stop doing, because Democrats and liberals are not communists, and communists are not Democrats or liberals.
Sort of freedom and autonomy is, attacked not primarily, although sometimes also, by, people close to children in Black communities. The sanctity of parenthood is not respected by the state, right? This is why polemically some theorists and philosophers have suggested that the Black family is an oxymoron, because its perimeter is always permeable to the police, but when children need to be protected from, the state, and, in that sense, their relationships to their loved ones need to be affirmed, that doesn't have to contradict the eventual horizon of abolition of the family in the sense of the privatization of care. And so you can transform, the family while defending families against police brutality, right? And that's the kind of thing that needs to have children as political actors at its core, because it's simultaneously true that the family, regardless of, the racial, character of that family, is the most dangerous place for, for children in terms of the likelihood of child sexual abuse. The family is where the overwhelming majority of child sexual abuse happens. It's where the overwhelming majority of rape happens on this planet. It's where, for women,
children are more at danger. This is what Sophie believes. Children are more in danger in their nuclear family because the children are beholden to the resources of the family, which means they live in the house that their parents own. They have access to the health care that their parents give them. They have access to the resources that their parents give them. So Sophie thinks that children are more at danger within the privatized nuclear family than they would be if parental rights did not exist and children were under the caretakership of the collective.
One is most likely to be murdered. The majority of women, according to at least one recent study, who are killed by an intimate partner, right? A domestic partner or family member, and that used to be a kind of basic feminist point, that children and women, and ideally, depending on which movement, because unfortunately these alliances weren't made, but gay and queer people and gender non-conforming and trans people together are the constituency that need to struggle as a class, united against the private nuclear household, i.e. patriarchal capitalist, social reproduction.
There it is again.
So, the role of children within feminism, that's something that I think I want to see underlined in the 21st century once again, the crucial sort of centrality in a sense of, children's bodily autonomy, children's own ideas about who they want to live with, how they want to live, why it makes sense, to multiply work over and over and over inside every single apartment and home, labor like laundry, labor like cooking, in a sense, historically it's almost been, useful to have children involved in these discussions because children haven't had those kinds of norms naturalized in their minds so much compared to some grown-ups, and so when, utopian architects and feminist urban planners talked about liberating children and women from the sort of work intensity of the private nuclear household. Talked about putting kitchens in the public realm, kitchenless cities, which means you can cook privately if you want, if that gives you joy, but generally food will be, prepared in the public space regardless, and you will be always able to get.
Is she proficient in any other discipline other than commie speak? Sophie Lewis writes books on these topics that are read by thousands of people all over the country. Sophie Lewis does national and international speaking tours on these topics all the time. Literally, all the time. This is Sophie Lewis teaches classes on these topics. This is what she does. This is her profession. So I would say that Sophie is rather proficient in what she is doing, because she is one of the most well-known abolish the family activists in the world. She is one of the people that is pushing the attacks on parental rights that you see all over the country all the time. So perhaps instead of making jokes, you start to take this seriously, and you understand that even if you don't like these people, and even if you don't understand their language and you think their ideas are stupid, they are the ones that are winning while you're making jokes on the internet.
Fed, in the common space. That's what a kitchenless city is. So instead of having infinite multiplication, every single home has a laundry, an oven, a fridge, etc., which is just kind of bananas on some level, right? Like ecologically as much as anything else. You would consider certain needs to be meetable and automatically, naturally to be met in, appropriate to be met in the public and common space rather than turned inward to be met by kin, right? And it's about those needs and the direction we point them in, and you can trace the sort of the way that responsibilities and needs were kind of pointed, inward like that, right back to the enclosures in, medieval Europe, where laws were passed. Melinda Cooper kind of takes it from the enclosures to the poor laws, where the destitute and surplus populations of Europe were made into the legal responsibility of kin, not of the collective, but of kin. And that, in a sense, is one of the origin points of our general sense that, we are responsible and identifiable only with our own, and that we look out for our own, we draw a circle, and we compete, as a team, in a sense, and in a sense, kind of acquiesce to this blackmail that means that love for one another has to be interpreted as the act of laying down our lives in wage work for each other's survival, as though that it had to be that way, right?
Okay, great. We're going to go to our stack of questions, and I might interject throughout because
No. Sophie doesn't want gender to exist. Abolish the family communists don't believe gender should exist. They don't want men to exist. They don't want women to exist. Non-binary means no binary. The binary is reference to the gender binary. So no, this is not about weak men doing anything. This is not about strong women doing anything. They don't want the categories of men or women to exist.
some of them are very similar to some questions that I have. But our first one is from Julia, who says, would love to know how your new book connects to your last book, Full Surrogacy Now. What was your journey from the last book to this one? Does it continue / expand upon certain themes from Full Surrogacy? And are you hoping for a different audience between the two books? You're excited to read, and thanks for your important work.
Oh, thank you for that great question. Yeah, it's really interesting. I didn't expect Full Surrogacy Now to be read as widely as it was, and in a sense, my whole life changed when it was read so widely, because it enabled me to make a living outside of the academy and to think about writing more seriously and centrally, and perhaps in a more accessible way. I do think that Abolish the Family is
it's not androgyny. It's not androgyny. It is not the same thing as androgyny at all. I need you to listen to what I'm saying, because I'm using extremely specific language. You didn't hear me say androgyny. You made that up. The left does not believe in androgyny. Androgynous people are still men or women. They just are presenting different aspects of both. They present masculine aspects and they present feminine aspects, but they are still men and women. They want to abolish the categories of men and women entirely. They don't want them to exist. That's what non-binary means. It doesn't mean androgynous. It means no binary.
Read on some level. Although, I think Full Surrogacy Now also was on a line between scholarly and sort of non-scholarly in terms of its tone. Although who knows what a scholarly tone is. But I think the audiences I'm trying to reach with Abolish.
Does everyone want to explain to Tommy why the left is allowed to engage in capitalism? Pop quiz for the chat. Why is the left allowed to engage in capitalism, even though they want to abolish it? Because this is a debunk I really don't want to hear. Sophie's selling books. Sophie is engaging in capitalism. Isn't she a hypocrite then because she wants to abolish capitalism? Nope. We're forced to live in a capitalist society, therefore they are allowed to use capitalism to overthrow capitalism. They are allowed to use the tools of the oppressors to advance their goals. They are forced to live in capitalism, therefore we can use the tools to overthrow it. No. Well, I guess kind of indirectly, but not exactly the answer I'm looking for. They are working within the system. You can participate in capitalism if you want to overthrow it. Thank you. Well done.
The family are more diverse because Full Surrogacy Now came out of a PhD about the political economy of the gestational, pregnancy, contract pregnancy industry, surrogacy, as we currently call it, but then trying to do a philosophical, inversion of the buried claims inside the word surrogacy in the present, what capitalist bioclinicians say surrogacy is, and trying to think whether that could still, persevere in a world in which we no longer thought that pregnancy generates essentially private property, and that
pregnancy generates essentially private property. I never noticed that quote from Sophie before in this presentation. Pregnancy generates essentially private property. She's saying the kids are considered to be private property under capitalism. Nope. What I'm telling you, and I need you to listen to what I'm saying because I'm not going to repeat myself again without yelling. I am telling you that the left never uses the term androgyny because they do not mean androgyny. They do not want androgyny. Androgyny is not the point. We are very specific and precise about the language. They want non-binary, which means no gender.
Children can only have one mother, and so on and so forth,
Children can only have one mother.
So
so if children only have one mother, they are a form of private property. Listen.
A world in which we no longer thought that pregnancy generates essentially private property, and that children can only have one mother, and so on and so forth, you know?
So if children only have one mother, they are considered to be private property of that mother. Does everyone understand? One more time.
That pregnancy generates essentially private property, you know, and that children can only have one mother, and so on and so forth, you know. Yeah, so it's really about
Stop
the sort of
debunking.
utopian idea that one day we might not just, which we already are, be the makers of one another, but also learn to act like it, which is the crucial point, because currently the ways that surrogates kind of manufacture everybody, all of us, and certainly the private nuclear households, the family home image, which looks like it's autonomous, but actually has all these kind of shadowy figures who get cut out of the family photo. You know, that's a form of surrogation. It's just essentially reproductive stratification, to use Shelley Colin's term. It's capitalism, it's class, it's colonialism, you know.
Capitalism,
but
class,
a utopian
colonialism.
surrogacy, another surrogacy is possible, right? So that was where I was going with that book, and it kind of took abolition of the family as almost as a starting point, or as a kind of you know,
no
assumption,
debunking, please.
really,
Don't
which
debunk.
It turns out not everybody has heard of or agrees with. So I was asked, in a sense, to clarify what that part of my politics is, and what it has meant historically to other movements. Yeah, so yeah, that's sort of one answer to that. There's also been a clarification for me of some of my thinking. You know, one of the things I didn't address nearly enough really was the racial character of the family, the settler colonial formation of the family in the United States, for example.
The settler colonial formation of the family means that the colonists in the United States stole the land from the indigenous people, and that's a form of capitalism, is stealing land from the indigenous people. That's why it's racial. It's the colonists stealing the land from the indigenous, privatizing the land under the oppressive force of capitalism. Does everyone understand this, or are we too busy debunking in the chat? This is why I tell people don't debunk, because the minute you start debunking is the minute that you don't understand what they're saying. Listen again.
Clarification for me of some of my thinking. You know, one of the things I didn't address nearly enough really was the racial character of the family, the settler colonial formation of the family in the United States, for example. And so really part of my, you know, homework, part of my, you know, trajectory between Full Surrogacy Now and Abolish the Family was thinking really deeply about how family abolition is an anti-racist and a decolonial politics, and making up my mind about how to argue that convincingly, and becoming more sure about that component, basically, thanks to lots of conversations I had in the interim with people who were a little bit, you know, startled about how it would work in their organizing contexts as anti-racists or, you know, migrant justice activists. So I hope you read that part of the book and you know, and form your own opinion, obviously. But in a sense, that was the work I had to do.
So I'm jumping around with the questions a little bit, but this one is one from Itamar, which is family abolition in the nuclear family about the nuclear family, or is it also about abolishing extended families and biological kinship as such? And I sort of wanted to follow that question, because it does seem like one of the things that I appreciate about many things I appreciate about Abolish the Family is that you're kind of clear at moments when you're departing from your previous work. And some of that seems to be a little bit around kinship and maybe like the kin and the difference between kin and kith, which I myself am not super well versed in. So maybe that question, but also if there's been some change in how you've been thinking about kinship along the two books, like alongside the two books.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and certainly, as I maybe sort of indicated just a second ago, like one of the crucial questions really is which family, right? Which family are we abolishing? That's kind of the main, question asked and answered in my second chapter. I think it's the second chapter. I couldn't figure out whether the history or the anti-racist argument should come first.
No. You have not listened to me. No. When she said race, this is what I tried to explain earlier, and you didn't say you had any questions, and obviously you didn't understand what I was saying earlier. What she was saying is the settler colonists in America showed up and took land from the indigenous people. That is what she means when she said race. The settler colonists showed up and took land from the indigenous people and privatized it under capitalism. That was the basis for establishing where they lived with the nuclear family. That's what they're saying. Again, this is about the system. This is about the system that allows some people to come over and take land from other people and privatize it under capitalism. This is not about black and white. This is not about white and indigenous. This is not about any of those things. It is about the taking of the land. That's what she meant. And again, they know this. She knows this. The people she's talking to know this. You don't know this because you don't speak their language. Being anti-racist means being anti-capitalist. There's literally a book. You can Google this. There is literally a book called What is Anti-Racism and Why It Means Anti-Capitalism. When they say anti-racist, they mean anti-capitalist.
But basically, it's not just the nuclear.
Yeah, like the Jews in Palestine.
It's not just the bourgeois family in a sense. It's the capitalist family.
Capitalist family.
Bourgeois, white, cis, heteropatriarchal.
Bourgeois, white, cis, heteropatriarchal. This is what Sophie means when she's saying the capitalist family. Bourgeois, white, cis, heteropatriarchal all mean the same thing. They're all references to capitalism. Listen again.
That should come first. But basically, it's not just the nuclear, it's not just the white, it's not just the bourgeois family in a sense. It's the capitalist family. Bourgeois, white, cis, heteropatriarchal, nuclear, those things are to some extent baked in. They're not always, mapped out one for one in, the lived life of families. But guess what? The family is as many aspects of social discipline in, many sort of shibboleths of capitalist reality. It's a fiction, like these families, where are they, right? It doesn't matter that a vast majority of us don't live in anything like, the image that I think you put on the poster for this event, with a big kind of no block sign over it to show abolition, I guess.
Bro, I promise you're going to learn this stuff a lot quicker the minute that you stop making shit up. Because you've been making shit up all night. You've been projecting your feelings onto what she's saying. You've been saying she's saying words that she's not saying at all in any way. We have stopped many times to try to explain this to you. And now I'm just going to tell you that I'm going to start ignoring you for the rest of the time because you keep making shit up. And you keep projecting your own feelings onto what is going on. She's not jealous of anything. I have watched countless hours of Sophie Lewis. I know Sophie Lewis and Sophie's positions probably just as well as Sophie knows them, if I'm being honest about it. You've got to stop making shit up and you have to start listening to what's being said.
I do want to say, is about simultaneous, transformation, destruction, preservation. Let's get into the nerdiness of the concept of abolition in a minute, right? But, yeah, in fact, let's do that in a minute. But no, it's unfortunately necessary to say, I kind of insist in this book, that all families, all private households, regardless of their composition, and again, many of us kind of fall short of the sort of idealized template, right? Participate in this, public-private matrix, which privatizes care into private nuclear household, well, private households, whether they're nuclear or not. Sorry, and so we don't escape, right, by happening to be queer or by happening to be, even in non-white formations, as sort of proletarians trying to form ourselves into households. We're participating in the family as a logic of work, right? So it's that's the bad news and the good news. I think people want to exclude the populations who seem closest to a liberatory form of care from the politics of family abolition, right? So we have all these kinds of discourses, which I was very much participating in Full Surrogacy Now, sort of celebrating all the sort of extraordinary histories and skills that have been, generated at the margins of the family regime. And I don't sort of disavow that. I don't disavow that. I think, the forms of mothering against motherhood that have been generated by the descendants of captive populations, for example, or the refugees from the nuclear household of, in the form of queer children, those are the sort of, the closest thing I can point to in the present of sort of actually existing anti-families or whatever. But, they're not somehow outside of the totality of the capitalist privatization of care, So I think that's what I hadn't worked out how to say yet in Full Surrogacy Now. I was sort of saying real families against the family. And I think the step that I say further in Abolish the Family is that it might be necessary to, unsettle the romanticization of kinship as a metaphor for our solidarities with one another. You asked me about kith and kin. So historically there used to be this other term used all the time, but it's kind of indicative that one fell away. So we're kind of, no one's heard of kith, K-I-T-H, and it was kith and kin, meaning.
What are the reactions to literal war? Oh, the left is about to have a field day with what Trump just did. The left is about to have a fuck off field day with what Trump just did bombing Iran. And it's not because the left has any particular affinity towards Iran. They don't really care about Iran. They're not pro-Iran. You're probably going to hear that they are, but the left is not pro-Iran. But they are going to start protesting this. And guess what? Trump is already sending troops to the Middle East, which they knew they were going to do, by the way. Trump is already sending America's kids to the Middle East to fight yet another forever fuck-off war on behalf of Israel. You think the left isn't going to take advantage of this? Of course they are. Trump just handed the Democrats the midterms. There is no way that the Republicans have any shot about the midterms. Oh, Trump is giving a speech tonight. What time is he giving a speech? We'll tune in with breaking news if Trump is giving a speech tonight. It's like, it's just over. It's over. It's over. Trump cucked to Israel. We are all fucked. 10 p.m. All right. Well, we'll tune into the Trump speech at 10 p.m.
Kin formed through legal or blood relations, right? So if you're kin, there's a state sanctioned or a blood imaginary in your relationship. When you're kith, there's no such piece of paper or imagined piece of paper. You are basically bonded together through action, through place. That's all, you know. But I think it's sort of interesting because we only use family metaphorically today in shops, in airlines, in services, and also in, you know, very important emancipatory traditions, you know, such as, you know, Latinx and Black churches and so on. Like, you know, everyday language is about kinship. And I think I'm sort of interested in what it would mean to cultivate a different sort of measuring stick, right, for what commitment means, you know, because even though we don't think consciously about what we're saying when we use languages of kinship, I still think there's a sort of ghost of a thought there about how the only thing we can trust is something that is ratified, you know, non-contingent, a connection that only God or the state through a really annoying legal process could dissolve. That's kind of what I'm saying when I, like, it's not what I think I'm saying, but it is kind of what I'm saying when I say we're family, right? Like, you couldn't walk away from me even if you wanted to, you know, you'd have to divorce me, and that's a hassle. You know, that's the form of security we think we need, because we don't actually trust on some level. And why should we, right? We are massively precaritized, you know, we're in a care crisis. So don't get me wrong, I understand. But like, we don't trust that we get up every morning and choose, you know, our love. Like, that love is, to quote Ursula Le Guin, you know, something that we remake every day, make new, like bread. I mean, that's not the right quote, but it's something similar to, you know, I'm almost saying that it's about putting faith in labor rather than, you know, the state, that, or in a sort of, you know, religiously inflected concept of kinship as identity, you know, and reproduction as a vehicle for immortality, but just like putting pressure in, putting faith, in, you know, our decisions every day, you know, to make kinship, because kinship actually is made, not given, you know, which kind of undermines, you know, the invocation of it as a sort of safety net. Anyway, so this gets a little bit too philosophical, perhaps. I'm sort of suggesting in this new book, really, that all the forms of, you know, liberatory kin making that I do still celebrate do not in and of themselves sort of amount to family abolitionism, which I actually locate kind of somewhere else, maybe surprisingly or paradoxically. I sort of, I kind of want to say, don't try this at home, kids. Like, it's not really about going home and being like, right, how do I abolish the family here in my family, right? I actually locate the kernel of family abolition almost, you know, in the streets. Like, it's when we meet one another in the realm of the social, which, according to Michelle Barrett and Mary McIntosh, the Marxist feminists in the 80s who were keeping alive family abolition, is the sort of antithesis of the family. The social and the family in their book, which they call the anti-social family, are kind of antitheses. So if you want to learn how to abolish the family, you first have to sort of like exit the family and meet in the, you know, and form the social, revive the dream of sociality, and sort of almost learn what it would be like in the process of insurgency, you know, to reimagine relations completely, you know. So it's actually in the
They want to completely reimagine all forms of human relationship in society. So someone asked earlier, what do they want to replace the family with? With some form of different polyamorous, collectivized type of relationship.
context of protest kitchens and mass occupations, mass, rioting and struggle, high intensity struggle, that I kind of locate the, step one of abolishing the family, which is maybe not a very satisfactory answer, because people always want to know, how do we do this? What do you mean concretely? Do you mean kibbutzes? Do you mean communes? Do you mean like going to Vermont and, cooperatively parenting lots of kids with lots of other couples or whatever? Like, none of that seems to me.
Kibbutzes are communism in Israel.
Really like the structural solution that I'm envisaging. But also I'm a theorist, not a policymaker. And, the history of critical utopianism is, an honorable one that sometimes tolerates a certain amount of unknowing. It's about a method of denaturalization of the given, and of cultivating the.
They think they will do this by abolishing gender, which will abolish the nuclear family eventually if they abolish gender. This is why they are teaching kids that gender is not real. This is why they're doing Drag Queen Story Hour, which is not to sexualize children. It's to teach kids that gender is not real and that you can change your gender. This is why they're doing queer theory in schools. It was never about sexualizing kids. It was always about teaching kids that gender isn't real. Once you abolish the concept of gender, you abolish the nuclear family. That's how they're going to do it. Slow, incremental change over time through the public schools. Well, no, they believe that parental rights are a form of ownership. No, completely wrong. No. Stop making shit up. As I said earlier, when you were in the chat and you were not listening earlier, I have explicitly been in the room with Sophie Lewis and have heard her denounce the sexualization of children entirely. So I don't give a flying fuck. You don't joke around about stuff like this. It's not fucking funny. The conservative bullshit narrative around everyone's trying to sexualize kids, that is part of why the left is winning. Do you understand that? You just want to make fucking jokes about this? The years-long conservative bullshit narrative around everything the left is doing around gender and queer theory is the reason the left is fucking winning. But keep laughing, asshole. Keep laughing. You're going to be laughing when they trans and queer your kids in school. You're going to be laughing when the left gets their way and most kids grow up believing that gender isn't real. You're going to be laughing when they really do legalize abortion on demand up until birth, which they're already doing in some states, by the way. You're going to be fucking laughing when they take away parental rights, which, by the way, they're already trying to do through the public schools anyway. You're going to be fucking laughing when they win because you got to own the libs that one time in the chat and wasn't that fucking worth it when you could have been paying attention and learning something so you could actually fight back in a cohesive way. This is why I'm losing my mind. Conservative retards like you don't take this shit seriously. They've been doing this in the open for years. They have convinced upwards of 40% of students today that gender is not real because they've been doing this shit in the open for years and years and years, and you assholes never noticed because you were just too busy making jokes to own the libs on the internet.
The feeling of a widespread entitlement to desire, more, to feel that one deserves more, than the family, for the sake of one's family, for example. I really do reaffirm and insist that if you love the people currently in your family, you might be curious about what it might be like to love them outside of a matrix of coercion and blackmail.
So I think that tapped on a couple of different questions from the audience, which includes questions about concrete proposals. This one's from Jeff. What are some concrete proposals, institutionally speaking, that would define family abolition for Lewis? What would it mean for children in the household schooling? I think you kind of cover that with this sort of idea that in these sort of like revolutionary moments, like maybe some of what we saw happening in Philadelphia in 2020, but maybe another way to sort of get towards some of those questions is a question that I also had for you, which is like, what are some moments or experiments or occupations where you see the beginnings of family abolition, or are there things that we can't go home and just live family abolitionistly in the context of our family, but are there some kinds of propositions that would be helpful? And also this sort of brings up, I know that Cuba has a new family code, which I thought was interesting because it like outlaws commercial surrogacy, but it allows all these different kinds of family formation. So maybe it's also, we could also talk a little bit about that as we're thinking of sort of more not to thrust you as a theorist, since I'm also a theorist, into the world of concrete, but maybe have some of those moments and policies that do sort of maybe make it easier down the line to sort of think through what a world where everyone is family and no one is family looks like.
Well, I mean, as well, I suspect we will always have, the desire to live with certain people until cohabiting is gonna, we have a need for shelter, right, and a need for intimacy, so it's not about doing away with all kinds of like preferences for certain people and relationships, but a concrete example of the sort of practices that inspire me in a family abolitionist way, or as a family abolition related kind of phenomenon was, well, I mean, in 2006 there was an extraordinary teachers protest in Oaxaca in Mexico. Large numbers of people, many of them women. At one point, 3,000 police attacked them because they'd been occupying the central square of the city for over a month. The conflagration sort of only escalated and gained support and strength, and women were very much kind of leading the transformation of what was originally a sort of teacher's strike into what was eventually called the Oaxaca Commune, explicitly referencing the Paris Commune. There were these sorts of insurgent forms of social reproduction, according to, people who reported in English about the events, the barricades were places where the people of
Jesse says, I came across your videos after searching for information on the Minnesota shootings. I had no idea how far left these people actually were. Hey, welcome, Jesse, to the most dystopian nightmare you'll attend on the internet. We hope you're enjoying yourself. Guys, as a reminder, this is Socialism Saturday. We are going to be streaming right up until 10 p.m. when Trump is going to do his speech out to the nation. And so I will be streaming the speech on the channel when it does happen. It should actually be perfect timing. We have about a half hour of the presentation left to go, and that'll take us right up to 10 p.m. So if you're looking to see the Trump speech, stick around. We will be streaming it here. And, sorry about that. Coughed into the microphone. I'm not going to say anything more about this right now. We are doing Socialism Saturday. We are listening to the radical revolutionary far left. No matter, Nick just started a live stream. We're finishing Socialism Saturday. Listen, Trump's war with Iran is not going to get in the way of Socialism Saturday. You want to know why? Because the left is going to keep doing what they're doing regardless. The left is going to keep making progress. While Trump is distracting everyone by going to war in the Middle East again, The left is going to keep doing exactly what they've been doing for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. And so if no one else wants to hinge into reality on the left, I will provide one bastion of sanity on the internet, where no matter what fuck off retardia the Republican Party is getting into today, we will be focusing on the true enemy, the most dangerous enemy, the enemy that's trying to take your kids away from you, the enemy that wants to abolish all parental rights and all forms of private property, the enemy that is responsible for every crazy bullshit thing we have to deal with in the country today, besides Trump's stupid war on behalf of Israel. We're going to focus on this. We will watch the Trump speech at 10 p.m., but until then, we're going to focus on this. So please mount the like button if you would be so kind. Please make sure you're subscribed to the channel. It's a breaking news kind of night, but we're doing this.
Oaxaca slept, cooked, and shared food, had sex, shared news, and came together at the end of the day. This is from a piece by Baruch Capella about this. What's interesting about this is that the family, in a sense, was part of the downfall of this commune, because by many accounts, lots of the women had frustrated husbands who sort of pulled their wives back into the private household because they felt, emasculated, underserved, underfed. So, but these are the sort of, like, the Oaxaca commune was really a moment of sort of radical possibility, I think, by all accounts, for people who realized that the atomized isolation of capitalist domesticity could in fact be challenged, could be thrown off, could be, even if only for a few months.
Yeah, I'll make it real simple for you. They believe the Constitution is entirely grounded in capitalism and only holds up private property rights. So there is no distinction between private property and constitutional rights. These people want to abolish the Constitution because they believe the Constitution is grounded in capitalism. What's my opinion of Falun Gong? I really don't care. I don't care.
Unmade, yeah, I mean, I would also say maybe a little bit more pragmatically, and I don't know if everyone wants to hear this, but in my opinion, almost every form of political struggle or campaign or movement that aims to bring about infrastructures of provisioning and nurturance in the public realm is in a sense related to family abolition, or family abolitionist, if you like, because it's the right to the city, for example, right? Having a materialized, not just an abstract right to be in the public space, to have one's needs met there. Ultimately, a lot of different leftist or left adjacent struggles are kind of aiming at that, and often there is no.
It doesn't matter if they remove trans ideology from the military. The left has already infiltrated the military. It's not about being trans. This is not about being gay or trans. It has nothing to do with it. The left has already infiltrated the military.
Syllable, no hint of criticism of the family as part of that, because. And that's fine. I'm not saying like right now, people should sort of change their messaging and say, because, family is an organized structure of scarcity, and because we should be, diminishing the importance and the role of family in society, we are funding the public gardens in Philadelphia. You don't have to do that bit. Like, it could still be true, but, I'm not necessarily sure that family abolition is, as sometimes people ask me to explain, some sort of politics that you organize under the banner of, if that makes sense. I think it's one of those subcomponents of the abolition of the present state of things that we don't want to ever separate from the rest of it, right? I hope this has been obvious or implicit so far from everything I've said, but just in case, like, don't separate this from the struggle against capitalism. You know, bad things could happen if you did try. But since we were kind of circling around it, let's briefly touch on the meaning of abolition. And when, you know, basically, I noticed in the...
Bro, she's been making arguments this entire talk. What are you listening to? Listen, I understand that you might not understand the language they're using. I get that. If you don't understand what she's saying, though, I need you to ask questions in the chat. Because saying, do they even have a solid argument for why they're right about their ideas? She's literally been giving you her argument this entire talk. Sophie Lewis believes that the nuclear capitalist family restricts people to the care that they are able to receive based on what their family has access to. Sophie Lewis believes that child sexualization is more prevalent in the nuclear family than in any other institution, and that the institution of the nuclear family traps children within the family where they're being abused. Sophie Lewis believes that the family is a propertied institution which perpetuates an oppressive system of capitalism. But this is what I'm saying. This is why I've been screaming at you guys the entire time. Listen, I'm not trying to be mean to you when I say stop fucking around in the chat. I'm not trying to be mean to you when I say stop fucking debunking what she's saying. I'm trying to tell you that I've been doing this a long ass time. And I absolutely know that when you guys are fucking around in the chat, you are not listening to what's being said. I absolutely know that when you guys are debunking in the chat because you want to hear yourself talk instead of listening, you are not paying attention to what's being said. I know that when you're commenting on her looks or making shit up that she's not saying, you're not listening to what is being said. The reason you didn't hear it is because you were not listening. This is what she's been saying the entire fucking talk. And now you're arguing with me because you're not fucking listening to what's going on. If you want to learn about the left, what you need to do is shut the fuck up. You need to stop talking and you need to listen. Bro, stop. Stop. I've seen you in the chat for far longer than 10 minutes. Stop. Stop fucking arguing. In fact, you're getting put in a timeout. I'm taking away your ability to speak. Because if I don't take away your ability to speak, you're just going to keep fucking talking, which means you aren't listening. I'm not trying to be mean, but I know how people learn this stuff. And if you don't listen to what I'm telling you and you don't follow instructions, you're not going to learn.
In the chat that someone was sort of suggesting, oh, it sounds like a really different kind of use of the word abolition than is operative in the horizon of prison abolition or abolition of the police. And I actually just wanted to explain, no, in my opinion, actually no, funnily enough. And that's a sort of sensibility I take from Ruthie Wilson Gilmore.
Prison abolitionist.
As you also were remarking to me, Miranda, you know, understands the matter of abolition as a sort of as a presencing, a question of presence and building, not of kind of tearing down and deleting. And so actually the question of abolition for her when it comes to the criminal justice system is about the making of real justice, not simply the sort of destruction of the present infrastructure that pretends to deliver justice, right? So in the capitalist present, all the institutions that constitute capitalist justice are a kind of, you know, evil joke, like of justice, right? A travesty of justice, you know? And so abolition is kind of working with the tiny little filament inside that system that has something going for it, like our desire to be safe, our desire for justice, right? Which again is not what is delivered by the current system, but it kind of is propped up partly by our collective desire for that thing, right? So abolition is not really about setting fire to all the prisons and all the police stations, although great, like it's not that, but if you did that to all of the prisons and all of the police stations today, you wouldn't have abolished the carceral, justice system. You wouldn't even have come.
So Sophie's like, it's totally fine to set fire to police stations and to prisons, but just understand that even if you burn down every single police station, you will not have burned down the system of capitalism that will just build more police stations. Even if you burn down every single prison, you will not have burned down the system of capitalism that created the prisons in the first place, because the left believes that the police and the prison industrial complex are the enforcers of capitalism. So she's saying, fine, all fine, well and good if you want to set fire to shit. I mean, I'm not going to tell you not to, but you have to understand that it's not actually going to achieve the goal. The only way to achieve the goal is to overthrow capitalist society entirely.
Close, right? Abolition is where you've created the world that would make that system unthinkable.
See?
Truly a strange, weird memory. Like for us, it's quite hard to imagine. I mean, of course, slavery still exists in the present, right? And abolition is still an ongoing process with regard to slavery. But we can't really, it's very hard, I think, for many people today to imagine what it was like to have an overarching system of everyday normalized chattel slavery, And that's what we would be. That abolition is the day where really we almost can't imagine it at all anymore, right? And that's what like prison abolition would also be. The day when no one can imagine putting people in cages. The state doing that on a mass scale, right? That would be the day where we have abolished. And family is in a sense, it has a utopian kernel, right? It's this dream that people can be unconditionally loved. I mentioned earlier, M.E. O'Brien, and there's something very moving in her book, which I've been reading. It's coming out next year, where she describes, the George Floyd uprising and the sort of moments of family abolitionist desire you might be able to read in that struggle. She actually looked at George Floyd's crying out for his mother while dying, under the boot of the police officer, Derek Chauvin. And I really admire her analysis there, because it's a crucial component, I think, of the sensibility of abolition that I'm reaching for myself as well. She writes that, family abolition has to be an affirmation of that, of that call for his mother that George Floyd sort of uttered in his dying moments, not some kind of dismissal of it. M.E. O'Brien talks about Martin Luther King's vision of the beloved community. And I sort of see that as a very sort of noble, historical, link to draw between our hopes as, tender, fragile, needy animals, that our mothers in every sense, and as I say, I think mothering
Stop
is
debunking.
a diffuse labor, will come to our aid, right? Our neediness in moments of horror and brutalization, right? That's actually what family, the kernel is, that I actually kind of want to abolish in the sense of preserve, because abolition does have a negation in it, but it also has something about holding on, so that again with prisons, it's this idea that we can find justice, somehow. This is not how to do it. With families, the love between people is, I think, not served well by the infrastructure of privatized households in capitalism. So it's actually about that relation between people, that mother love, if you like, and other forms as well, being generalized, universalized across all of society. You know, who knows what that would look like, but it's about, you know, making sure that everyone actually gets to feel what it would be like.
Okay, you're confused. You're confused. I've been telling people to stop debunking. This is a debunk. This has nothing to do with what's going on. Stop doing this. The more you do this, the less you're going to learn. Reagan also told you to stop debunking. So now stop debunking. Listen to instructions.
Like red love is what Alexandra Kollontai called this. You know, to be held, to be known, you know, to be cared for outside of a system of economic coercion. I think I've said this now 3 times, but organized scarcity, you know, which we then become very attached to because it's all we have. And in a moment where utopianism seems like something we can't afford, we find it very difficult to let go of the things to which we are attached, even when we recognize, you know, their limitations. You know, it's very scary, incredibly scary. My entire opening chapter is devoted to the psychological reaction we have, all of us, me included, to the idea of being manufactured in some different way outside of the isolated intensity of the sort of, you know, usually parental dyad, you know, 2 people or 1 or maybe a couple more, but, you know, yeah, and I recognize that and I honor it, and I don't want to shy away from it, because I think that all really serious revolutionary politics actually contains something somewhat frightening of that kind, you know.
Okay, we're going to jump to a different question from Hero, who asks, or states, you mentioned that you think cis women, trans people, gender non-conforming people, etc., as a class can fight as a class against the patriarchal family. Could you say a little bit more about what makes this group a class, and why, if them being conceived of as a class is important for family abolition?
Yeah, so I am not personally invested in the sort of sex class analysis of this so-called second wave, and I admit I sort of was speaking, I possibly misspoke when I used that terminology, although I think increasingly I've noticed theorists using the word class in a slightly looser sense as well. It's kind of having a comeback.
All
I
good.
think, the notion of sort of
all good.
You know,
you can ask questions. Questions are fine, but debunking doesn't allow you to learn. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't solve anything. We have heard every single debunk you can even think of. The point of this is to learn. So I do appreciate that you're new. I do appreciate you just hopped on, but no debunking is one of the rules on Socialism Saturday. You may not have known that. That's fine. Now you know.
Anyway, I sorry, that's a rabbit hole I could go into. Just to say, you know, I don't propose that there is, you know, a sex class, right? This is a real mistake that occurred in the women's liberation moment, where a cultural feminist term started, you know, de-linking from the left, de-linking from anti-capitalism, and de-linking from class, and just sort of denying that there are internal class antagonisms between women, you know, within the sisterhood, you know, just to be clear. But what I think is useful is understanding that feminization as a process that orders bodies in a way that kind of affects a devaluation, like as Rosemarie Hennessy calls this, a sort of like a second skin. And it's not about, you know, having a certain set of genitals or so on, and you know, it's about the sort of, in fact, you know, a really good way to think about feminization as an economic phenomenon is to look at trans sex workers and their the sort of what is it, extractive abandonment, I think is a phrase that some Marxists use to explain how the sort of making surplus via feminization of certain populations can be very productive for capitalism and for the state. But feminization is something that can be thought of as a sort of almost like a classing, like a classing of bodies that is fluid and it's not kind of dependable. But you can use it, I think, to think about people within nuclear households who are exposed to violence within the family. Like, I haven't talked about violence as much as I should, because it's not just privatization of labor that is at stake in the family. It's also violence, which comes internally in the family and is also buttressed by external violence, right? There's sort of state racist terror that makes it very difficult to exit the family. There are economic factors that contribute, but there's also
She just said there's economic factors that contribute to why people can't exit the family. What she's saying is that under capitalism, you are limited to the resources of your family. Under socialism, you would have access to all of the resources available. And therefore, under socialism, you could exit your family because you are not reliant upon them in order to survive. And they really do believe this. They believe that under socialism, if we abolish the capitalist system, which involves abolishing the government, abolishing the Constitution, all that stuff, in a socialist world, she believes you would have access to everything you need in terms of housing, in terms of food, in terms of clothes, in terms of a job, in terms of like everything. So because you already have access to everything outside of the privatized nuclear family, that means that you would not be chained to your family in order to live.
Frankly, forms of violence that tear families apart under the name of the family, funnily enough, right? When you have people at the border being kind of separated from one another, children and parents, the only response we have as a left, kind of understandably, is keep families together, stop family separations, which, it gets the message across, because it's a response on the terms of the state's attempt to say, if we admitted you as a real family, you would be honored, and you would be, in America, we respect families, right? Which is, again,
my main misunderstanding of the commies is how they plan on overthrowing capitalism. Abolishing the Constitution, abolishing the United States government. That's how. Abolishing gender, abolishing the nuclear family. They're doing this by changing culture. The Fed would get abolished too. They don't believe in money. They want to abolish all money. They want to abolish all banks. They want to control the food supply. So the answer to this question is you need to spend more time on the channel listening to what the left has to say, because they literally have a plan for all of this. The reason you don't know this yet is because you've never listened to them. I'm not saying that to make you feel bad. I'm just saying that like the left literally explains all of this in their presentations, and we'll watch them on the channel so you can come back and listen. Who would be in charge if they don't want a government? What would that look like? The left believes in having like basically elected members of your community to be representatives to the larger Congress. So think of it as like some sort of like House of Representatives style thing, but much, much, much larger than the current House of Representatives. They've talked about this on the channel before. So yeah, I mean, they want to abolish the White House. They want to abolish the court system. They want to abolish all prisons. They want to abolish all money. They want to abolish all banks. They want to abolish the Senate. They want to abolish the Electoral College. They want to abolish the Constitution, abolish the government. But they want some sort of like larger House of Representatives style type thing. And it wouldn't be the same system that we have now. It'd just be kind of like that idea. They also believe kind of like in term limits. They believe that people can be elected to be representatives of their community for like a short-term period of time, but like it shouldn't be the same people over and over and over again. It should be, that's like one of the duties you get assigned is like you have to take a turn being a representative of the community and stuff like that. So I've written about it before. I've done videos on it before. I mean, bartering, or they are responsible for the distribution of food. So we'll be tuning into Trump's speech at 10 p.m., guys, if you're hanging around. We'll listen to this until then.
A massive racialized lie, right? Like it only is operative for some people, some populations.
No, they don't. I have spent literally the entire night trying to tell you that capitalism is a cultural model, and you apparently have ignored everything I've said tonight, and now you're saying this is why people think I'm mean, because I do these extended long public classes on the internet where I explain everything in great detail, and then no one listens. And then people just keep saying, well, they keep reducing it to something that is completely not true and irrelevant based on everything that I just spent hours explaining. No. They do not reduce generosity to a transaction. We are talking about capitalism as a cultural model, not an economic model. I explain this explicitly, in painstaking detail. No, you don't know most of this, bro. Stop fucking lying. I can talk the whole time because I know everything. You're so full of shit. Okay, everyone stop talking. Only for you. You know everything? You know everything? What is the left's definition of capitalism? Go. Ram Champa. What is the left's definition of capitalism? You know everything and we know nothing. What is the left's definition of capitalism? In the chat, go. This is only for you. This is for no one else. Show us how much you know, bro. You know everything. What is the left's definition of capitalism? No. Do not fucking disrespect me. Do not disrespect me ever again. I have asked you a very direct and simple fucking question. What is the left's definition of capitalism? That is the only question that you are answering in the chat. If you say anything else other than answering my question or saying, I don't know, I will permanently ban you from my chat. What is the left's definition of capitalism? Do not fucking disrespect me again. You either answer the question or you say, I don't know. Those are your two options. If you do anything other than those two options, so exactly. So in other words, you don't know shit. You don't know shit. Every single person in my chat, I promise you, knows the left's definition of capitalism. In fact, everyone in the chat can teach you the left's definition of capitalism right now. While you are going in another timeout, and I'm going to extend your timeout for the rest of the stream this time, because you won't stop fucking talking. I have told you to stop talking on more than one occasion. You won't stop talking, and so now I'm taking away your ability to talk. The left's definition of capitalism is private property ownership. That means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent it as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business is big or small, and parental rights, which is the most important for the topic tonight, which anyone who has been listening tonight would have been able to define, as evidenced by the chat, the fact that the chat is defining it right now. This is why I tell people when they are new, no offense, new people, but you think you know a lot of stuff that you don't. So shut the fuck up and listen. And if you have questions, ask questions. You're allowed to ask questions. You are not allowed to rant in my chat in perpetuity, not say anything of value, and then declare that you know everything that's already being said. No, you don't. Shut the fuck up. You do not know everything that's being said. If you knew everything that was being said, you would have been able to define the left's definition of capitalism. All right. We still have a couple more minutes before Trump's speech. I'm looking on the White House YouTube channel, and I don't actually see it on the White House YouTube channel. Oh, wait, no, there it is. There it is. All right, I've got Trump's speech up. Hasn't started yet, but we will go to the speech as soon as it starts.
Specifically in America, right? And so targeting kin relationships at the border is actually part of the family regime. It's one of the forms of violence that sort of makes people feel, that there is no alternative, paradoxically. Just to be completely clear, like the border guards aren't somehow abolishing the family by disrespecting family bonds. They're actually operating on the logic of the family's sort of sanctity. I think, gosh, what more can I say? I realize I've that was a very diffuse answer. I realize there's other things we need to get to. So, I think, just to reiterate, different sort of people within a household are structurally exposed to internal.
Hang on. How do they explain parents making personal sacrifices for their child's well-being? They don't care. It's not relevant to their argument at all. It's not relevant to their argument. They would say, guess what? People who are not biological parents can also make sacrifices for the well-being of others. They would say that is not exclusively in the domain of parents. They do think that your kid is your private property and they want to abolish your parental rights because of it. Yes. She's been saying this the entire presentation. Maybe you just tuned in. That's fine. But yes, that is exactly what they believe.
Internal violence. And you can think of that internal violence as a site where perhaps it makes sense to talk about like a solidarity, a natural solidarity between, let's say, women, children, queer, trans, gender non-conforming people. I sometimes feel like pointing to the statistical fact that marriage is still very, very clearly beneficial to heterosexual cis men. So, men live longer when they are married. Women live less long when they are married. When a heterosexual married couple gets sick, if it's the woman who has a terminal illness, it tends to be then that the man divorces her and walks away from her care. When it is the man who gets terminally ill, the woman almost never divorces him in that moment, right? There are these kinds of statistical elements of the labor division that marriage ultimately is, right? Organizes, even though neoliberalism has changed a lot about social reproduction, and marriage is no longer explicitly a property institution. Like wives are no longer property per se.
Oh shit! Hang on. Trump is coming on.
Brushstrokes of that sort of private.
You just said marriage is a property institution, but Trump is coming on, so we're going there.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out
Trump.
massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before.
Fuck
And
Israel.
we've gone
right
a
in the
long way
ass.
to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the
Yeah,
Israeli
we're erasing the threat
military
to
for
Israel.
the
Okay,
wonderful
that's
job
exactly the
they've
point,
done.
isn't it, Trump? You just
And
sucked
most
Bibi
importantly, I want
Netanyahu's
to
cock.
congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say, we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's it. That's it. That's it. You just took us into another forever war in the Middle East, and that's all you have to say? You self-righteous fucking douchebag. I really hope that Bibi Netanyahu's cum tasted really good, Trump. I really hope that when you got down on your fucking knees and you sucked Bibi Netanyahu's cock before he bent you over and completely fucked you, I hope his cum tasted fucking great, Trump. I hope it was worth it. I really, really do. I hope it was worth it. How many Americans are going to die in the Middle East again? How many billions of dollars are we going to waste in the Middle East again? Oh, but Israel. He said that in the speech. We took out this threat for Israel because he's totally fucking cocked to Israel. Whatever. You guys want to finish the Sophie presentation? We got about 10 minutes left. Hey, Tolkien fan, thank you. Let's finish Sophie. We started Sophie. We're going to finish Sophie.
Public labor division still obtain, and still, basically boost the longevity of certain populations at the expense of others.
Okay, great. So if you have time for one more question, is there any sitting there that you want to point to? Unfortunately, we're not getting to all of the questions.
Oh,
but,
man.
We have a couple outstanding, but
I noticed a really personal question, and I would be happy to even just sort of, affirm it and listen to it, even if I don't have very concrete answers. But I noticed the person who said that they were wondering if I have advice about how to find, on a more immediate basis, people who are interested in giving and receiving care, or even interested in family abolition. I'm a queer single parent drowning under the burden of doing it all alone. I've been working for 2 years to connect with others and try to build quote unquote community. but it seems everyone is too busy with their own families, and I've had very little luck. I'm so tired of being lonely and overburdened. Yeah, as I say, I didn't want to ignore this, and I don't have a lot of sort of really concrete advice per se, but I feel like this experience is one that I hear a lot. People in my life, people outside of my immediate life, have expressed really, really similar experiences, you know. I think, you know, there was a moment earlier in the year where appetite still existed for experimenting with alternative forms, perhaps trying to start breaking down some of the institutions that naturalize, you know, the ultra privatization of our lives, the ultra atomization of our lives. But I think there was also a pendulum swing back to like normalization, like an appetite for normal, which is quite depressing, I think, for some of us. Yeah, I don't know where you're speaking from, you know, friend, but it's, I think, important to recognize that in cities where rents are really high and the cost of living is unbearable and work is crushing people at an exceptionally high rate, that there is less, you know, time, literally, that in people's hands, right? So, you know, that's easy to say, but if you feel like the time has come to explore, you know, different like locations where the boot of wage labor is less sort of heavily pressing down on people's necks, then you might find that there is more connection to be had. I found that myself in my life, you know. I wish I could explain, you know, I really do, how the sort of organized loneliness that this mode of production generates could be undone. I just don't know. Many of the solutions that people want to hear when editors ask me to, you know, to write about this in a sort of unscary way, I think they really want to hear about, like, you know, bourgeois co-parenting solutions and things. Yeah, but, you know, actually it's working class people who often, you know, innovate some of the most sort of creative, you know, because of necessity, you know, sort of ways of figuring out care, responsibilities and burdens, and, you know, distributing labor, which is what anti-work often is in the domain of care. When I say anti-work, I mean a horizon that doesn't call for, you know, automation or sort of stopping doing things, because with care, you know, frequently people say what we need is more care, you know, and it's not exactly that I disagree, but I think what needs to happen when we talk about care is that we understand what we care for and why in this world, which is dominated by a sort of religion of productivity, a religion of work, and which, you know, very specifically cares in certain ways for certain ends, you know. And so I want to have conversations that are willing to talk about the worlds and the relations, and perhaps even the people, the classes that we wish to care for less or even not at all, and ask kind of, you know, about the qualitative dimensions of the care that we want to organize, not just the sort of, you know, the amount, because, you know, socially reproducing people is something we want to make visible as work, but not because that's a good thing. Like, reproducing the world is actually, you know, something that I wouldn't want to own up to participating in, because the world is extremely violent. And, you know, this is also part of politicizing motherhood in a very unromantic way, right? Like, you know, mothers have helped build empire. Mothers have helped build eugenic regimes, you know. Mothers are very much part of holding up patriarchy, right? The institution of motherhood itself according to Adrienne Rich and others in the 70s, is patriarchal. You know, this is why mothering against motherhood.
The institution of motherhood itself is patriarchal. That means, if you understand the definitions, the institution of motherhood is grounded in capitalism, because motherhood is a gendered institution that is oppressed by capitalism, and that's why they want to get rid of the institution of motherhood itself.
Is a sort of anti-patriarchal insurgency against a patriarchal institution, you know. So when you know, you won't find necessarily already married couples who are turning their backs from you willing to kind of experiment like this, but you might find in surprising places like, I don't know, substance abuse support groups, or you know, like community kitchens, places where people are already sharing resources. You know, in my neighborhood there are really awesome kind of like you know, food sharing resources and sort of community pantries and things, and I think people meet through those. And you might find that you know, the appetite for resource sharing turns into, you know, an appetite for you know, labor fusing. I hope you hang in there. It's kind of a depressing season and a depressing moment. I hope this hasn't been too rough on everybody.
Yeah, it's been a little rough, Sophie.
Quite an exciting horizon. That's
okay. That's basically it. It's been a little rough. Well, on the bright side, we had a lot of people watch Socialism Saturday tonight, and I really am glad that we got to introduce a lot of people to the insanity that is abolish the family communism. And to Sophie, of course, who is always delightful, even if she is dystopian and wrong about everything she believes. Still delightful. I hope that I didn't scare too many people away, but I had to push you guys into the deep end of the pool eventually. Some people had some feelings in the chat. Some people acted out on those feelings. It's not uncommon. Some people got permanently banned. You know, not too many. That's fine. But at least you know that this exists, and we will be watching more of this. We're going to be watching Sophie this week. She just gave a speech at Duke University like a month ago. And so we'll be doing that. I will say that if people haven't figured this out yet, I am extremely pissed off that Trump has bombed Iran. It's not unexpected. But personally, I am extremely pissed off. I'm processing the information in real time. For people who don't know, I have always been anti-war. Always. That was my entry point into politics, was protesting the Iraq War on the Boston Common in college. And it's not unsurprising that Trump did this. It's not unsurprising at all. Because Trump is completely 100% cucked to Israel. Israel owns the United States government. Israel owns every Republican politician. Israel has no problem with procuring American kids in the military to go and die for them, to complete the wars that they started, because we had nothing to do with this. And I'm extremely pissed off. And it just shows that everything that I've been saying about Republicans and everything that I've been saying about this completely validates my decision to not vote for Donald Trump in the election. You know, people said, you're voting for the Democrats if you're not voting for Trump. No, you know what I'm not voting for? I'm not voting to go to war. I will not. And there were a lot of people who didn't listen when we tried to say that Trump was going to do this. People like Dave Smith. People like, do you guys remember, like, so for the libertarians in the audience, because I know we do have some libertarians here, do you guys know how often I had to hear, you don't want to free Ross Ulbricht if you don't vote for Trump? Do you know how often I had to hear that? As someone I'm not even really involved in libertarian politics anymore. I don't know why I'm so I don't know why my video is so shaky, whatever. There's no reason my video is this shaky other than, hang on. Oh, I do know why. Hang on. Give me 1 second. I should be back. Am I still here? Oh, it's even worse now. Oh, great. I think I'm back. My internet's all fucked. Am I back? Well, maybe it's not any better. My internet was just connected to completely the wrong thing. Yeah, it's got a slow frame rate. I don't know why. There's no reason for the video to have a slow frame rate, but whatever. But what I'll say is, because I think you guys can hear me clearly, even if I have a slow frame rate. In libertarian politics, if you refuse to vote for Donald Trump, because there were so many people in libertarian politics who we were trying to tell people like Dave Smith, we were trying to tell people, every single person, we were like, Trump is going to take us to war. Trump is going to take us to war. Trump is going to take us to war. And they were like, no, guys, no. Trump promises. He promises. We're not going to war. Really? Pinky swear. Trust us, bro. And for months and months and months in 2024, literally all I heard from shill fucking people like Tom Woods, who has never had a conversation with me, by the way, about the far left. And people told me for years, they were like, Karlyn, why don't you talk to Tom Woods? And I'm like, I don't really want to talk to Tom Woods. I don't find Tom Woods to be an intellectually honest person. Tom Woods told me directly on more than one occasion, he gave me shit on Twitter because I didn't want to vote for Trump. And he said, you don't even want to free Ross Ulbricht, do you? Do you know how many times I had to hear that in 20? You don't want to free Ross Ulbricht. You don't want to free Ross Ulbricht. You don't want to free Ross Ulbricht. Oh, you're telling me you don't even care about freeing Ross Ulbricht? And now every fucking libertarian that betrayed their supposed values to vote for Trump is like, hey guys, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize Trump was going to take us to war. No one ever told us. Fuck you, assholes. Seriously. Fuck you, assholes. But of course, we're the bad guys if we say this out loud. We're the bad guys say, you remember how you told me for literally months that because I refused to vote for Donald Trump, that I didn't want to free Ross Ulbricht? And you use that emotional fucking gaslighting technique to try to get me to vote for someone who's literally taking us to war in the Middle East again. Trump betrayed his entire base. No, Chase Oliver didn't. What happened was a lot of libertarians who were cucking for Donald Trump told you lies about Chase Oliver that were not true. Dave Smith lied about Chase Oliver. Clint Russell lied about Chase Oliver. They lied up and down the fucking internet. The entire Tower Pod gang lied about Chase Oliver. Basically, Angela McArdle lied about Chase Oliver. Every fucking person that was cucked to Trump in the 2024 election lied about Chase Oliver. And there are some things that I disagree with Chase Oliver on. I'm not 100% on board with everything that guy believes, but he was not the person that they said he is. Chase Oliver, for all of his faults, Chase Oliver was extremely anti-war. Chase Oliver could have run an amazing anti-war campaign had he not been completely and totally sabotaged by people like Dave Smith, by people like Clint Russell, by people like Josie, the redheaded fucking MAGA grifter who claims to be a libertarian but has never been a libertarian. By the way, Clint Russell's not a libertarian either. I've known Clint Russell a long time before most of you people even knew who he was. Clint Russell has never been a libertarian. He's a conservative. He always was. Held up as a libertarian fucking hero? Please. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate odd numbered super chats. Well, I guess it's an even number super chat, but 28 is odd. I guess 2028 for never voting for Republicans again. Bruh. So I'm pissed off. I'm having feelings about the entire thing. I bet some of you are having feelings as well. I will never vote Republican again. I will say that. There is no reality in which I can currently fathom ever voting Republican again after this. And by the way, for anyone who might say, well, then you're literally voting for Democrats. What I would say to you is Republicans don't give a flying fuck about stopping communism in America. Republicans don't give a flying fuck about stopping the far left in America. They never have. Trump has proven that in the first couple months of his presidency. He has done absolutely nothing regarding the real far left, and the problem is only going to get worse. So there is no reality in which I will vote for Republicans ever again. I think that Republicans are absolutely going to lose the midterms over this. 100% going to lose the midterms. There's no way around it. They're going to lose the midterms. And you know what? Maybe they need to. Republicans obviously haven't experienced enough pain to take anything seriously. Republicans want to dick around with trying to tell everyone the left are Jew haters. They're all anti-Semites, and therefore, ergo, we need to go to war on behalf of Israel. The Republicans want to fucking lie to everyone in their audience about what the left is and what they care about and what they believe. They want to literally, Trump literally wants to get down on his knees and suck Bibi Netanyahu's cock. He can go fuck himself. Republicans and Republican voters have obviously not experienced enough pain yet, and so they need to lose. Trump needs to experience more backlash to this stupid, boneheaded decision than any decision he has ever made in his fucking life. And they need to lose the midterms, and they need to lose huge. And I want to see the Democrats obstruct absolutely everything else that Donald Trump tries to do for the rest of his presidency over this. The Republicans have not experienced enough pain yet to be able to focus on things that actually matter. They want to take us into another endless war in the Middle East. Well, you get what you get, motherfuckers. You get what you get. I will not vote for anyone connected to this boneheaded bullshit decision. And I'm old enough to remember when Colin Powell testified in front of the UN about WMDs. I watched it happen live when I was in college. I'm old enough to remember what it meant to go to war in the Middle East endlessly. I'm old enough to remember when we finally left the Middle East and the Taliban stole all our shit. Because that whole thing was bungled too. It's so disappointing. But I will keep doing what I'm doing, which is to do the very best coverage and education around the radical revolutionary far left in America. And I will talk to anyone that actually has a vested interest in fighting and defeating the radical revolutionary far left in America. And if that's you, then great. And if that's not you and you want to follow Trump's lead and bend over and get fucked by Israel, hey man, that's your prerogative. But I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And, you know, Oftentimes I think that I'm doing what I'm doing for history. I don't think I'm actually doing it to be able to change anything, because I don't have any power to change anything. But like, I oftentimes think that I'm doing what I'm doing because I want people in history, when the books are written, to look back and know there were people who were trying to help. There were people who were trying to stop this. There were people who were trying to do something. Hey, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who sent in super chats tonight. We had a great super chat night. I appreciate that. Because you guys allow me to do this. Without you guys, my work does not get funded. Without you guys, I cannot do this. And so I appreciate it. But I really encourage everyone, if you are against going to war in the Middle East, everyone needs to be speaking out against this now. And I don't think that we should pull any punches. Every single person who supports Trump's decision is a warmonger. I don't care if you like them. I don't care if you voted for them. Every single person who supports Trump's decision in the Middle East is a warmonger, and you need to call them that to their face. Just say, fuck off, warmonger. Well, you know, Iran can't get nuclear weapons. Fuck off, warmonger. Well, you know, Karlyn, Iran literally tried to kill Trump, which, by the way, only retards think that Iran actually tried to kill Trump. Like, literally. Only retards believe that Iran actually tried to kill Trump. That didn't happen. That was made up bullshit. And if someone says that to you, you know how you respond? Fuck off, warmonger. Well, Karlyn, Israel is our greatest ally. Fuck off, warmonger. Treat these people with exactly the indifference and the righteous indignation with which they deserve. Don't pull any punches. If you're on Twitter, respond to every fucking post the White House makes about this and say, I am never voting Republican again, you fuck off, warmongering retards. Respond to every single post J.D. Vance says and say, there is no universe in which I will vote for you in 2028 because of this. Hit them where it hurts. Make your voices known. They read all of the comments. Guys, policy is made based on fucking Twitter. It really is. So if you're not on Twitter, get a fucking Twitter account. Stop complaining. And go and tell them all to fuck off. And the only way even remotely out of this situation is if Trump experiences more backlash to this than he has ever experienced in his life. And even then, it's probably not going to be enough because Trump is completely cucked to Israel. We are in this position because Israel owns our government. We are in this position because Israel owns our politicians. We are in this position because Israel owns the Republican Party. We are slaves to a foreign nation, and that's true because Israel owns the Republican Party. And I will 1000% be joining anti-war protests with the left. I'm going to tell you guys this right now. I don't give a fuck. My bona fides on fighting communism and fighting the left, I create more anti-communist content than literally anyone on the internet. If anyone wants to call me a fucking communist, they can fuck right off. I will 1000% be joining anti-war protests with the left over this, and I hope they organize huge, massive protests, and I will be there waving signs, and I will burn an Israeli flag. I don't give a fuck. So, that's how I feel about it. And I'm sorry this happened on Socialism Saturday, because we were having a good night, man. We were having a good night. And now my video's all fucked up, and I don't know why. I don't know why my computer is doing this. I don't know why the frame rate is all fucked up. I have no idea. There's no reason for this. There's barely anything running on my computer right now. I have no idea why the frame rate's all fucked up. Whatever. Can't do nothing about it. But anyway, guys, I want to thank everyone who came out to Socialism Saturday. Thank you to everyone who made it through my yelling, screaming rant at the end about Trump being a warmongering retard. And I will be back on Monday to do it all over again. And so if you guys appreciate the work I'm doing, make sure you're subscribed to my Substack right here, karlyn.substack.com. Make sure you guys are liking the videos and stuff like that. And I don't stream on Sundays usually, but I'm not planning on streaming tomorrow. Maybe I will. I don't know, but I'm not planning on it. And I will be back on Monday at 5 p.m. And we'll keep doing what we do. All right, guys. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Could you give me some idea?
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.